Chapter 147. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go, little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The shadow suspended in the room, with an almost identical face, Brother Black Panther's hands and feet were cold. Looking at the ghost shadow, his hidden ferocity was aroused. As the saying goes, people are 30% afraid of ghosts, but ghosts are 70% afraid of people. Brother Black Panther, who was forced to a dead end, suddenly rushed towards the ghost shadow. Come on! Come on! I'll even strangle the ghost. Brother Black Panther, who was like a peerless, ferocious person, passed through the ghostly figure's body. However, his body did not stop. It was as if there was a huge force pushing his body. He directly smashed into the wall and lost consciousness. The underling who was pressing the door looked at this moment and shivered even more. But there was a feeling of collision coming from the door. He felt that he was about to lose control. Bang! The door was finally knocked open in a flash. The underling's whole body was knocked open. His head knocked on the cabinet at the side, and he fainted. At this moment, outside the open door, Lu Ong slowly raised his head. The shadow on his body seemed to have become more condensed, and the huge face that wrapped around his body also became clearer. Lu Ang's eyes were cold, and he screamed, "Old ghost, it's really you! These 2 days, I always feel that there's something around me. It's you. It's really you. You're here for me, right? You're here for revenge, right? You're here to rob my things, right?" The silent ghost seemed to sigh. All of a sudden, it turned into a roll of gray smoke and rolled towards Lu Ong. At the same time, the shadow wrapped around Lu Ang's body suddenly burst out. The two shadows finally collided with each other, producing a push in an instant, lifting Lu Ang's body and rolling out of the corridor. At this moment, in the room, the two shadows entangled together, setting off a gust of wind in the whole room. Lu Ong, who had rolled away, climbed up from the ground at this moment. However, as if he was startled, he saw the weird scene in the room. He screamed and ran downstairs crazily. He simply couldn't remember what had happened. What he could remember was that in these 2 days he felt as if there was something spying on him all the time. That face with a sneer, that face with resentment. It was the face of his father, Lu Jianming. Ghost! There's a ghost! The frightened Lu Ong ran all the way to the hall. He tripped over something and fell to the ground. After touching it, he found that it was actually a person. The lightning outside the house lit up. The white light let Lu Ong see the man's face with his tongue sticking out and eyes wide open. It was the face of a dead man. Rumble! Lu Ong screamed. At this time, he saw a figure walking step by step in the corridor of the second floor. The figure in the corridor looked down at once. The old face was very clear. Lu Ong seemed to hear the figure constantly calling his name. Lu Ong! Lu Ong! My good son! Lu Ong! Lu Ong! Calling his name again and again. Lu Ang's entire body started to tremble as his head kept quivering. "They're coming to take my life! They're coming to take my life! They're coming to rob my treasure!" The ghost figure walked down the stairs step by step. Lu Ang's eyes wandered, and he felt his heart beating fast. He tightly covered the necklace on his neck. The great fear made him tremble all over, and he had no strength. Suddenly, a black card entered his line of sight. It was a black card that slowly floated out from the bag next to the corpse on the ground. "Love, go, little, say, net." Quit came to the front of Lu Ong subconsciously. Lu Ong grasped the black card. He thought of that place. He thought of that club. He thought of that strange boss. Help me, come and help me." But at this time, the ghost figure suddenly turned into a gray shadow, as if it was extremely anxious, and suddenly started to move. The ghost figure stretched out its hand, like a fierce ghost, and directly grabbed Lu Ong. Lu Ong, who was already scared out of his wits at this time, closed his eyes hard. Snap! Suddenly a sound rang out. It was like a finger snap. Lu Ong subconsciously opened his eyes. It was as bright as day, and the dim hall became bright in an instant. The lights seemed to light up along with the sound of the fingers snapping. It was unknown when that ghostly figure had fallen to the ground, but it seemed to be suppressed by something, unable to move. Lu Ong only saw that the ghost was constantly struggling. "Customer, do you need anything?" A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lu Ang's body shook, and he turned around abruptly. Looking at the man who was neatly dressed, holding a cane, and still wearing a weird clown mask, Lu Ong seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. He quickly knelt on the ground and said, "Master, help me, help me." "Be specific." Lu Ang's finger trembled, pointing at the ghost figure behind him, and said in horror, "There's really a ghost in my house. Master, kill him for me, and I'll give you everything, anything." Looking at the ugly Lu Ong, the club boss who followed the black card's call kept silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Customer, even if you know that the ghost figure is your father, Mr. Lu Jianming, do you think it's okay to kill him?" Lu Ang's face changed, and he gnashed his teeth. "He's not my father. I've already died. He's a ghost. He's a ghost who comes to take my life. He wants to kill me." Boss Luo said indifferently, "Even a tiger won't eat its own son." Lu Ong pleaded, "He's really here to kill me. He's here for revenge. He's here for me. I know all. These 2 days I can feel it all the time. When I dream, when I walk, he's there. He wants me to die." Luocho glanced at the ghost figure that was suppressed on the ground. It was also one of the club's customers, Lu Jianming, but he had already died and now turned into a ghost. With a thought, the force that suppressed Lu Jianming was dispersed, and he could regain his ability to move. "Idiot! Leave that guy. You can't make a deal with him. You'll regret it." Lu Jianming, who just started to move, suddenly shouted crazily, "I won't hurt you, and I won't hurt this family. I just want you to throw away the black diamond in your hand. That's an evil thing. Throw it away." "No. You're lying to me. You must want to kill me. You want to take away my stuff. You have to take back your stuff." Lu Ong suddenly grasped the black diamond in his hand and grabbed Luocho's arm. "Kill him! Kill him! I've decided. I'll kill him." At this time, Lu Jianming directly transformed into a ferocious ghost and directly flew toward Luocho. "I won't let my son make a deal with you." However, his body was bounced back in a flash. "Sorry, the deal can't be interrupted. This is one of the rules." Luocho's voice sounded softly. Lu Jianming's body was pressed down again. Luocho looked at Lu Ong coldly, without joy or disgust. "Customer, what are you going to use to pay for this product?" Lu Ong subconsciously looked at the black diamond in his hand. He didn't want to give it up no matter what, but he didn't know what to give. Luocho said indifferently, "It seems that the customer is not completely clear about our deal, principal." After saying that, Luocho waved his arm in front of Lu Ong, and suddenly 5 patterned cards appeared in the air. These cards were entangled in front of Lu Ong. "This is what you can pay for. Of course, you can consider it carefully. We're not in a hurry. Lifespan, health, good deeds, happiness, feelings." The patterned cards flashed in front of him, and the words flowed into Lu Ang's mind. He could understand the meaning behind these things at once. Lifespan? Of course not. He didn't feel that he had lived long enough. Health? Who would lose their health for a lifetime? Good deeds? What a joke. Even if he did a bad thing indirectly, he would be investigated. As a jeweler, it was hard to say what dirty means he had. Did he have to shave his head and become a monk and give up all his career? No, black diamond. This thing cost almost half of his property. It was even more unacceptable. Lu Ong, who fell into a painful struggle, gritted his teeth after a long time. "Family! I'll use up my family. This thing is useless to me. My son is just a toy for me to squander. My wife, he wants to scare me to death. This ghost also wants to kill me. What do I need this family for? Dear customer, Luacio's voice was indifferent. Your request, we'll fulfill it for you right away. He walked towards Lu Jianming, and the black cane slowly touched Lu Jianming's body. As he lay on the ground, he did reveal a resentful and sorrowful look in his eyes, but they soon dimmed. He suddenly laughed bitterly and said, Retribution! Retribution! It's really retribution. I gave birth to a stupid son, just like me, selling the most precious and important thing. I really can't get it back, can't get it back. Retribution. Ha ha ha. Lu Jianming disappeared as the cane touched him. That voice seemed to have never appeared. Lu Ong watched Lu Jianming's ghost disappear as if he was relieved and sat down on the ground. It's all right, however, at this time Luocio walked towards him. Lu Ong was shocked, but Luocio suddenly put his hand into Lu Ang's chest. His fingers exerted a little force, and suddenly pulled out a ball of gray light from Lu Ang's chest. Lu Ong was startled at first, but found that nothing happened to him between the insertion and the pulling, and his body didn't feel any discomfort. Only the black card in his hand automatically burned and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. This card, the black card passed down from your ancestors, has been used up, and naturally it will disappear. Luocio said, Of course, Mr. Lu has become our customer, and there may be opportunities for business in the future. Lu Ong swallowed his saliva. He still wanted to be an ordinary rich man. He really didn't want to continue to contact with this kind of weird thing. My father, why did it appear in my house? Lu Ong suddenly asked. Luocio said, In the room at the end of the second floor of the mansion. I'm afraid that your father's ghost has always been there. But I don't know why his ghost can't leave that room. Lu Ong was stunned, frowning and recalling. This is it the Taoist priest. Taoist priest? Luocio was more curious about this. Lu Ong nodded. At that time my father had just died of illness, and there seemed to be some weird things in my house. I also happened to have a wandering Taoist priest who passed by and said that my house was full of resentment. I asked the Taoist priest to perform a religious ceremony in my house. Later, the Taoist priest said that the room was full of resentment, and he couldn't get rid of it. So he used cinnabar to write some scribbles on the room, windows, walls, and other places. He said that as long as the door wasn't opened, it would be fine. I didn't care about it. After that, the door was never opened. Lu Ong glanced at Boss Luo with a guilty conscience, and then said, I didn't expect that my father's ghost was really trapped inside. Speaking of this, Lu Ong frowned. But if he can't come out, why do I always feel something in these 2 days? Luocio didn't intend to answer this question. He glanced at the black diamond in Lu Ang's hand and suddenly said, The ghost in your heart is more terrible than the real ghost. What? Lu Ong said subconsciously, but his expression was wrong. He probably understood what this sentence meant. Forget it. Luocio looked around the hall and then looked at the dead man on the ground. Customer, is there anything else I can do for you? After knowing what the club traded, Lu Ong didn't dare to trade casually. He shook his head at once. No, I can deal with the things here by myself. As for how to deal with it, let's think about it slowly. Then, goodbye. Come out. Lu Ong couldn't calm down for a long time as the weird club boss disappeared right in front of him. But a black card reappeared in his hand at this moment. Lu Ong looked at this card quietly, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. But after calming down, he immediately shouted towards the bar in the hall. Lu Zixing and his wife, who had been hiding here, stood up tremblingly at this moment. Lu Ong looked at the body of Brother Heibao's underling on the ground. Looking at his dress and Lu Zixing's dress, he probably guessed what Lu Zixing wanted to do. He said angrily, You bastard! How dare you bring people back to rob your own home? Dad, listen to me. Lu Zixing lowered his head, not daring to look at his father at this moment. Humph! Don't call me. Lu Ong snorted, walking to the sofa in the hall, carrying the fixed phone. Lu Zixing was frightened. Dad, what do you want to do? But Lu Ong said, Don't you want me to save you? I'll save you right now. Listen to me. I'll call the police. Later, you'll turn yourself in, saying that you brought people home to rob people in order to pay off your gambling debts, and then accidentally killed them in the dispute. I'll hire the best lawyer for you, and I'm familiar with the leaders of the Bureau. You'll be locked up for a few years, reflect on yourself, and get rid of your gambling addiction by the way. You. How can you? Lu Zixing looked at Lu Ong inconceivably, but Lu Ong seemed to have made up his mind, and began to press the button of the fixed phone. Darling, you'd better run away, quickly. Lu Zixing's wife shook her husband's arm at this time, whispering. Unexpectedly, Lu Zixing suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had been greatly stimulated. No, I won't go. A burst of resentment in his heart suddenly broke out, and he suddenly grabbed a red wine bottle opener on the bar, walking towards Lu Ang's back step by step. Darling, old bastard, you'd rather hold the money than save me. I'll kill you. Puff. The spiral bottle opener was suddenly inserted into Lu Ang's back. That horrible pain made him tense up all the nerves in his body at once. Before he had time to say anything, he felt extreme pain coming from his back again. Over and over again, his son was crazily inserting the bottle opener into his body. Finally, it was inserted into his neck. He suddenly fell on the sofa. Looking at his son's bloody face and eyes, he suddenly had a funny feeling, as if he saw himself 20 years ago. Lu Ong, I'm so miserable. Help me call the doctor. Call the doctor. Press the button. Call doctor. Doctor. You're so old. It's almost time. There's no need to live anymore. The him from 20 years ago was like his own son 20 years later. Unable to close his eyes, Lu Zixing's ferocious face was imprinted in his pupils until his consciousness gradually disappeared. Without family affection, even father and son could kill each other? Something that can evoke the fear and sin in people's hearts and cause abnormal phenomena? Yu Yi tilted her head and thought for a while. Yes, similar things can be done in many ways. Sitting in the club's lobby, Luoqiu, who had just finished describing the black diamond, asked curiously, Many? Yu Yi nodded. Some witchcraft or curses can do it. Of course, to be specific, we still need to find the object to follow the trace. Of course, the faster way was to buy information from the altar. Bell. The pine wood door was pushed open at this time. A young but panicked face came into Luoqiu's sight. The young man held a black card in his hand and carefully approached them. He looked at the two members of the club who were sitting quietly and raised the black card in his hand. Does it mean that with this I can achieve any wish I have? What do you want, sir? Luoqiu asked indifferently. If he was not mistaken, the man holding the black card was Lu Ang's son, Lu Zixing. Luoqiu didn't say anything as he looked at the blood on his face and the frightened expression on his face. Family affection. I will give you my family affection. Lu Zixing gritted his teeth. Pay off my debts, deal with the things that happened in my family, and let me inherit everything from my father. I want to be legal and reasonable. Is it enough? Of course. Luoqiu stood up. It's enough. Outside the club's door, the rain brought by the typhoon still hadn't disappeared. The typhoon that would come every year didn't seem to be special this year. It was as strong as usual. Luoqiu tapped his finger on the table, and the account book, which was quietly placed on the table, opened automatically at this time. It turned to the page he had read before, the line of words. Customer Lu Jianming, using family affection as the transaction fee, exchanged for 3 million yuan. At this time, under this line of words, new words began to appear slowly. Customer Luong, using family affection as the transaction fee, exchanged for the elimination of Lu Jianming's wronged soul. Then another line. Customer Lu Zixing, using family affection as the transaction fee, paid off debts, cleared the murder charge, and inherited all the inheritance. Chapter 148. Genius 1, Second, Remember Love, Go, / Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The third day. For the workers, after 2 days of typhoon weather, the news from the observatory was undoubtedly the best news they had heard in the past 2 days. However, it was still a rainy day, and it was still inconvenient for people to travel. The commercial street was completely desolate in the morning, but a guest came to the club. This is the top-grade magnolia slices from Zhejiang, a small token of my appreciation. Seeing the bags of magnolia slices in Yang Taizi's hands, Miss Maid accepted them with a smile, as if she had bought them in the supermarket. Is your boss here? Yang Taizi looked at Yu Yi and asked uneasily. It wasn't that he wanted to come here again after such a long time. It was just that he almost risked his life to kill Ghost King Tongtian in such a limited time last time. After that day, he went to recuperate. He got better these 2 days and came out again. But helping Ghost King Tongtian seemed to offend this mysterious place. That day, although the servant girl left without saying anything, how could Yang Taizi treat it as if nothing had happened? Yang Taizi knew the principle of catering to people's preferences. Instead of giving them some worldly possessions, it was better to give them something they liked. Remembering Yu Ye's question about the jade orchid slices, the old Taoist asked someone to get a few packets of the best quality jade orchid slices. Miss Maid smiled. Master is taking a nap upstairs. He'll come down soon. Even though he became the boss of the club, Boss Luo's 3 meals and work schedule remained unchanged. Yang Taizi nodded. It's okay, I'll wait here. He sat down, sitting very straight, and closed his eyes. He didn't even look sideways, just like a cultivator without ripples in an ancient well. However, the old Taoist had another thought in his mind. Yang Taizi couldn't remember how long it had been since he was the one who waited. It should be 70 years ago when he was still learning Taoism on the mountain. He came to the hall early every day and knelt on the futon. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Knowing that the boss Luo was Yang Taizi, he acted more casually. Yang Taizi opened his eyes. He came here today mainly for 2 things. First, he wanted to confirm the club's attitude towards the Ghost King, Tongtian. Secondly, it was naturally related to the content of the second half of the white jade token. After sitting down, Luoqiu took a sip of the black tea he had prepared for him. He straightened himself up and said, Are you here to complete the deal we made last time? Just to ask about the transaction? Yang Taizi calculated in his heart. Seeing that they didn't mention the Ghost King Tongtian, he secretly felt relieved. However, it wasn't so simple to confirm it. In his opinion, it was really hard to guess what this boss was thinking. However, since the other party didn't take the initiative to mention it, then he definitely wouldn't say a word. It's not the previous deal. Yang Taizi took a deep breath. I'm here for another business. Love, Go, Little, say, Natuku Luoqiu asked curiously, Tell me about it. Yang Taizi pondered for a moment and said, I hope your shop can help me once. Yang Taizi began to talk about the reason why he was so poor. It turned out that 10 years ago, a very powerful monster came to the old Taoist's mountain for cultivation. In modern times, only Yang Taizi and his disciple were left in the sect, which had been passed down for countless years. However, it was directly occupied by this powerful monster. After losing their mountain, the master and disciple found an ordinary mountain to settle down on. The old Taoist wanted to take back the Taoist sect passed down by his ancestors, so he tried every means to find the lost cultivation method. Later, Luoqiu gradually learned about the abnormal circle in this world. He also learned some modern abnormal creatures, situation from Yi. Just like the most common traditional culture and crafts, the Eastern Taoists also walked on the path of decline. Cultivation was difficult and tiring. It was harder to find suitable people for cultivation. Environmental pollution made the situation of the Taoists not much better than that of the monsters. Although Yang Taizi was one of the declining branches in the Eastern Tao circle, he was one of the few branches that still occupied a good cultivation environment. In an environment where everyone was in a dilemma, a few ferocious monsters would walk the path of slaughter and kill their own kind, or set their sights on these monks who still had ancient resources. It was said that every place had its own circle. Therefore, after hearing Yang Taizi's story, Luoqiu continued to ask curiously, "Since your mountain has been occupied by others, why don't you find some fellow Taoists?" Yang Taizi looked embarrassed. "Well, my mountain has been occupied by a monster. It's really inconvenient to tell others about it." Luoqiu gave a start. Even if he was a Taoist, there were still situations where he couldn't keep his face. After pondering for a while, Luoqiu nodded. "Do you want us to help you get your Taoist field back?" Yang Taizi nodded, but then shook his head, calculating. "I plan to use my lifespan as the transaction fee. I should have 70 years left. I don't know how much lifespan I need to seriously injure this monster and reduce it to half of its power." Taoists knew their destiny. At Yang Taizi's level, he naturally knew how long he could live. Luoqiu asked, "What's the monster's body? What's its name?" "It's a python monster that has lived for 350 years. As for its name, it calls itself Blackwater." Luoqiu slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. 50 years. "Good. Then 50 years it is." Yang Taizi confirmed, "Let's sign the contract." The old Taoist straightforwardness made Luoqiu feel surprised. But this guy had probably studied the transaction method of the club, so he directly said something like signing a contract, as if he was afraid that the other party would go back on his words. Yang Taizi left at once. They agreed to meet in a small town at the foot of his mountain 10 days later. Luoqiu looked at Yang Taizi's hurried departure, suddenly saying, "This Taoist doesn't seem to have it easy." Yu Yi smoothed her hair behind her ears. After seriously injuring Blackwater, he should be able to kill himself and get his Taoist field back. "I think there's something in his Taoist field that is enough for him to buy back his lifespan. So he won't choose to kill the target with something more valuable, such as the soul." Luoqiu didn't care about this. "Standing up? I have something to do in the afternoon and have to go back to school. I don't know how Qin Chu dealt with the professor's issue, but the academic affairs office of the school informed me to go back today." Yu Yi nodded, quietly sending Luoqiu out. Before going out, Luoqiu turned around. "Put on the earrings, they look nice." Miss Servant Girl then revealed a faint smile. Yi Yen suddenly opened his eyes. This kind of rainy weather naturally gave birth to a trace of tiredness. However, a sound suddenly came from a certain device on the table, which immediately woke him up. He hurriedly walked to the window, looking at the high magnification mirror, moving quickly. Then he licked his lips, whistling. "You finally come out." Chapter 149. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Superiors let their subordinates wait. Leaders let their employees wait. And teachers let their students wait. It was probably a habit. Even though Luoqiu arrived at the academic affairs office on time, he didn't see the teacher he was supposed to be looking for. But he saw his only classmate. Zhang Qingrui sat with him on the chairs outside the academic affairs office. Luoqiu sat on the left, while Ms. Zhang sat on the right. They didn't deliberately keep a distance from each other, nor did they intend to get closer. They sat like this, as if they were sitting in an ordinary classroom. It was raining outside, and the corridor outside the academic affairs office was dark and gloomy at the moment. It was inconvenient to look at the account book outside. Luoqiu, who hadn't logged into his Jihu account for a while, opened it and found that there was a new response to the question he had sent before. It was the same person who suggested that it might be the Gospel of Judas Huang Jintong. What he meant was that he had confirmed the origin of those ancient characters. Huang Jintong said that he was a student studying ancient characters. Recently, he was thinking about a research project on ancient characters, and he was interested in the characters posted by Luoqiu. Huang Jingtong left his email address. Luoqiu didn't rush to respond to Huang Jingtong's request, but he suddenly had an indescribable feeling. He vaguely felt that if he established a connection with Huang Jingtong, something unexpected might happen. Love, go, little, say, Kui pondered for a moment, but didn't choose to take the initiative to say hello to Huang Jingtong. Instead, he registered an ordinary email address and sent it over. Clap, 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 clap. There seemed to be a sound, which made Ms. Zhang look around curiously. She first glanced at Luoqiu casually, but he didn't seem to have any reaction. So she looked in the direction of Luoqiu. At 3:30 p.m. in the dim corridor of the school building, Ms. Zhang saw a little girl. He was about 6 or 7 years old. The little girl was wearing a blue and white checkered dress. Her face was a little pale. Qingrui Zhang couldn't see the little girl's face. She could only see the side of her face and her actions. At this time, the little girl lowered her head and patted a dark red rubber ball. Pa, 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 pa. The ball bounced up and down with a steady, rhythmic sound. However, the little girl's clothes were drenched. With her head lowered, one could see that her hair was dripping with water. Zhang, Qingrui frowned. Just as she was about to walk over, the little girl turned around with the ball in her hand. Ah! Eldest Miss Zhang suddenly let out a low and deep cry, and even her body couldn't help but take a small step back. The little girl's big eyes, wet hair sticking to her face, and a hairband with a butterfly knot were not as impressive as the little girl's mouth. Her mouth was a mess of flesh and blood. It was actually sewn together by needle and thread. The frightened eldest Miss Zhang covered her mouth tightly with her hand. However, in a blink of an eye, the little girl with her mouth sewn together was thrown away from her. Luoqiu, did you see that? Qingrui Zhang's face turned pale. She lowered her eyes and looked at Luoqiu on the other side of the chair. However, she saw that Luoqiu was still looking at his phone, as if he didn't raise his head. See what? Luoqiu didn't raise his head. Just now. Qingrui Zhang was stunned. She looked at the place where the little girl was just now. The floor should have been wet by the little girl's clothes, but now it looked dry. Qingrui Zhang suddenly felt a chill all over her body. In front of her eyes, the scene of the little girl's mouth being sewn together lingered in her mind. Sound, didn't you hear anything just now? Luoqiu raised his head, looking at the front, the door of the teaching office. He stood up and said, I heard it. Let's go in. 2 students come in. That was the voice of the teacher in the teaching office. Qingrui Zhang subconsciously looked at the inside of the teaching office. She had an impulse to say that it wasn't the teacher's voice. However, she swallowed the words back. She followed Luoqiu into the teaching office with full of thoughts. There was a teacher in the teaching office, surnamed Wang. Teacher Wang led the 2 students to a small room inside the teaching office and sat down. Teacher Wang was in her 30s. She wore glasses and had short hair. In today's age, women at this age could generally maintain themselves well as long as they took good care of themselves. Qingrui Zhang glanced at the ring finger of Teacher Wang's left hand. There was a shallow ring mark. It should have been taken off not long ago. The original color of her skin hadn't recovered yet. Did she just get divorced? These 2 days we received a report from Professor Qin Fang's family. Teacher Wang said after a moment of silence, that is your supervisor. According to his family, Professor Qin suddenly passed away due to a heart attack. We also received his death report. Zhang, Qingrui frowned. She recalled the incident in the underground graveyard in Ulaanbaatar. At this moment, she thought of his family. How on earth did they get this death report? The only relative of the professor seemed to be Qin Chiu. Miss Qin? We also feel very sad about Professor Qin Fang's death. But a dead person can't come back to life. Although you too are his students, don't be too sad. Teacher Wang said slowly, The reason why I called you two here today is to listen to your opinions. Teacher Wang said, "The two of you should understand your own specialization. The school has arranged it like this. We can help you transfer to another major. If you transfer, we can provide supplementary courses for you two during the summer vacation, so that you two can catch up with the learning progress in the next semester." Luocho asked, "Is there any other arrangement?" Teacher Wang nodded. "In addition, we'll try our best to arrange a new teacher for you. Although you're in the second grade, in view of your specialties, you're basically led by a supervisor. The third and fourth grade students are now led by other supervisors to carry out some research in other places, or let the first grade teachers lead you. We can communicate with them as much as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can only wait to hire a new teacher, but this way it will take a longer time." Teacher Wang smiled. "Of course, the school will also give you time to consider." Luocho nodded. Zhang Qingrui suddenly said, "Teacher, that thing." Chapter 150. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, /go, /little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Ever since Zhang Qingrui came in, she had been absent-minded. Now that she suddenly asked about the cupboard and the ball in it, Mr. Wang was stunned. "Student, what's wrong with the ball?" Wang Xing's female teacher asked in surprise. Zhang Qingrui shook her head. "Nothing. I just feel that the ball doesn't match here." The cabinet was filled with all kinds of awards and medals, but there was a very old-looking ball mixed in. Naturally, the style was a little different. Teacher Wang didn't seem to care about it, but she was also confused. "Was there a ball here? What's the matter? If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it." With this, Teacher Wang walked to the front of the cabinet, opened the glass door, and took out the ball inside. She looked at it curiously, but didn't care about it. She turned around and said, "Well, you two students, your matter can be dealt with in the above ways. Of course, if you have any opinions, you can also tell me. The school will try to listen to your opinions." Luocho nodded. Zhang Qingrui glanced at Luocho, who looked normal, so she didn't say anything. Teacher Wang asked them to leave and returned to her work chair. She looked at the ball in her hand for a while and suddenly became absent-minded. Teacher Wang pinched her eyebrows, turning around casually. "Old He, have you seen this ball? It's in the cabinet in the reception room. Is it here?" She turned around completely, looking at the desk behind her, but found no one here. Teacher Wang was stunned, thinking that maybe they went out to do something. Did they all go out? She looked around the office again. There were only 4 desks, but she was the only one here. Teacher Wang glanced at the clock on the wall. 4:00 in the afternoon. She shrugged, casually placed the ball under the chair, turned on the computer, and began to concentrate on her work. At this moment, the ball on the ground rolled silently all the way out of the office. After coming out of the teaching office, Ms. Zhang was still in a trance. She thought about the ball and the strange scene she had seen. She thought that she had probably seen something unclean again. Why again? Ever since she returned from the underground tomb palace, there would be more people in her line of sight. To be more precise, they were people that others could not see. It was like opening the door to a new world, whether it was at home or on the way to the shop of Guyuzhai. There weren't many of them. Sometimes they might not even see one in 2 days. However, there was a situation where quality was more important than quantity. Once he encountered one, he would always be shocked. Ms. Zhang still didn't know how these people, whom she couldn't see before, appeared in her sight. The only thing she could think of was that she had once been possessed in the underground palace. Zhang Qingrui looked around, fearing that the little girl bouncing the ball would appear again. However, she could only see Luocho's back. Then she realized that she had been in a trance since she left the teaching office and followed someone here unconsciously. Now that she thought about it, she had been walking behind him without saying anything. Although they were going down the same stairs, it was still a bit embarrassing. He shouldn't have seen the little girl. Ordinary people. Loved, go, shao, say, w, Chu Zhang Qingrui took a light breath. Luoqiu, what are you going to do? I mean the curriculum. Transfer to another department or… If I transfer to another department, it will be troublesome if I don't attend classes. If I change to a new teacher, he may not be as strict as the previous one. That was the truth. Zhang Qingrui had no reason to refute. After all, before she made the decision to enjoy the rest of her life in the ivory tower, she was also a direct beneficiary of absenteeism. Let's see what the new teacher is like. You're right. Zhang Qingrui answered casually. The sky outside is probably completely dark, right? As they went down one floor after another, it gradually became darker. Zhang Qingrui walked with a heavy heart, feeling that the stairs from the 5th floor to the 1st floor were a bit too long. She didn't remember how many times she had turned, but she still hadn't reached the end. Zhang Qingrui subconsciously looked up at the building number between the floors. The blue sign on the stairs said, 4th floor. Zhang Qingrui was stunned, instinctively grasping the handrail. How many floors have we just walked? Luoqiu stopped at this time, also looking at the sign of 4th floor. It should be 10.5 floors. What? Ms. Zhang opened her mouth slightly, saying unbelievably, how is it possible? 10.5 floors, isn't it underground? To be exact, we should be walking back and forth between the 5th floor and the 4th floor. With this, Luoqiu changed the direction, from going downstairs to going upstairs. Where are you going? Ms. Zhang suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She was a little flustered. Since we can't go down, we'll go up. Luoqiu looked at the top of the stairs. Maybe we'll find the answer upstairs. But it's too weird, aren't you afraid? It's okay. Luoqiu said indifferently. You can stay here, don't worry about anything. Anyway, you'll forget it later. Hypnotizing the same person for many times, implanting some false memories, might cause the individual's thinking disorder and mental disorder. But if it was only the 2nd time, it shouldn't be a big problem. The club's boss already had this plan when he went down the stairs. Ms. Zhang felt that she had heard the same word somewhere, so she couldn't help but be stunned. When she was about to ask for clarification, she heard a sound. Pa, 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 pa. At this moment, there was a sound coming from the stairwell. It was an old red ball rolling down from above. The ball was bouncing up and down on the stairs. Pa, 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 pa. It had already jumped to the front of Zhang Qingrui. She subconsciously reached out her hand to catch the ball. Zhang Qingrui suddenly became absent-minded when the ball was not heavy. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she was the only one left in the same place, on the landing of the stairs that said 4th floor. Up and down. Nobody. Luoqiu. Luoqiu? Are you there? Zhang Qingrui felt her hands and feet were a little cold, so she cautiously looked under the handrail, only to find that the handrail was like an endless spiral with no end in sight. She could only raise her head and look at the direction of the stairs. What she saw almost made her heart jump out of her chest. The little girl whose mouth was sewn up by needle and thread was standing at the end of the stairs. She reached out her hand, but her mouth was slightly open, just sewn up. She seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't. Zhang Qingrui instinctively took a step back, but she was already on the stairs, so she missed a step and her body fell down instantly. She felt that the world was spinning, and she felt that her vision suddenly turned black. The stairs were empty. Luoqiu had just looked up and down, but when the ball fell, his line of sight seemed to have been dislocated. Zhang Qingrui couldn't have disappeared from his sight suddenly. He frowned, walked up the stairs, and walked on the corridor of the 5th floor. The corridor was very quiet. Luoqiu tried to open some of the doors, but there was no one in each office. At this time, a figure came out from the teaching office. It was Mr. Wang, who he had just talked to, who came out with some documents in his hand. The teacher saw Luoqiu and seemed to be very surprised. "Student, is there anything else?" There was no one on the 5th floor. Every office was empty. However, Teacher Wang from the teaching office was still there. Luochio said, "Nothing. I just remembered that I might have left something inside." Mr. Wang nodded. "Really? Then come and look for it. I'm going to send some documents, and all the teachers are out. After you look for it, I'll lock the door." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Luochio nodded and walked into the teaching office. He looked around and found that the ball was gone. However, when he turned around, Mr. Wang was also gone. Just like Zhang Qingrui, he disappeared from his side. Chapter 151. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go, / little. It provides you with wonderful novels to read. The sound of rain could no longer be heard. Luochio walked around the teaching office and came to the cabinet in the reception room. He suddenly reached out his hand to touch the place where the ginseng ball was placed. Luochio pressed his palm on the wooden partition and closed his eyes. When Zhang Qingrui asked him if he heard or saw anything, considering that her memory of him in the underground palace had been erased, Luochio naturally didn't want to say anything. Rather than saying that Miss Zhang saw her, it was better to say that she was attracted to him. Luochio withdrew his palm and walked out of the teaching office. He came to the bench outside the teaching office and sat down. He closed his eyes again. However, this time around it did not take long. It only took a single breath of time. When he opened his eyes again, there was a little girl standing in front of him. She was clean, with a touch of uneasiness on her pink and tender face. She twisted the hem of her blue and white checkered dress and lowered her head. "Yes." Luochio blinked and patted the seat next to him. "Sit." The little girl raised her head and looked at Luochio timidly, but she didn't dare to accept it. She suddenly stepped back and shook her head. Luochio was very patient. He patted the seat next to him again and said, "Gently, sit." The little girl hesitated for a moment and then moved her feet in small steps. Her small eyes sized up this big brother with uneasiness before she sat down. But the little girl still lowered her head after sitting down. "Yes." Luochio looked down at her and asked softly, "Did you play a prank?" The little girl shook her head and still didn't speak. Luochio thought for a while and said, "Then who did it?" At this time the little girl slowly raised her head and suddenly said, "Big brother, can you save my sister?" Luochio was silent for a while. Then he reached out and stroked the little girl's head. "Aren't you afraid of disappearing?" She raised her head and said firmly, "I'm not afraid." "Give me your hand." Luochio stretched out his hand and placed it on his leg. He opened his palm towards the little girl. "Let me see how I can save your sister." Her little hand slowly reached into Luochio's palm, and the little girl and Luochio closed their eyes together. There were cries of terror, as well as screams of agony. Every time, the sharp steel needle connected to the fishing line pierced through his lips. Every time it pierced through his lips. Every time it pierced through his lips. In front of him was a gaze that had completely lost all reason. A man's face was crazy. At first, it was just a steel needle and a fishing line. Gradually, the face of a man with madness began to appear in the darkness. Then, the man's palm that was holding the steel needle gradually became clear. The steel needle was pierced through again and again. After that, the fishing line on the needle hole began to pull crazily. The fishing line passed through the upper and lower lips, quickly and crazily. The continuous pain caused by the fishing line was several times more severe than simply being pierced through by the steel needle. A tearing pain instantly spread to the whole body, but the steel needle pierced through again. Who asked you to be disobedient? Who asked you to only cry? Who asked you to cry? Who asked you to be disobedient? Who asked you to only cry? Don't cry. Don't cry. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Bitch. Shut up. Ah. Zhang Qingrui suddenly woke up with cold sweat all over her body. The pain of being pierced by the steel needle seemed to be branded in her nerves. You. What happened to you? Classmate. Zhang Qingrui calmed down and found that she was no longer alone. Although she was still in the mezzanine of the stairs, the person beside her was Teacher Wang from the teaching office. She couldn't tell what she had just seen. All she could remember was the moment when she fell down the stairs, the scene where the little girl with sewn lips stretched out her hand to her. Lips. Zhang Qingrui touched her lips subconsciously and felt relieved when she didn't find the horrible fishing line. Classmate? What happened to you? Teacher Wang had been here all the time. Seeing Zhang Qingrui's abnormal situation, she couldn't help but ask with concern. Zhang Qingrui shook her head hard to get rid of those horrible images in her mind. The teacher in front of her was the one she had just met and was also a woman, which gave her a sense of security more or less. Teacher, why are you here? Luocho disappeared, and the person she saw after waking up was Teacher Wang from the teaching office. Zhang Qingrui couldn't help but feel confused. She was sure that she had seen a ghost, but she didn't know what was going on after waking up. She had to think about her situation first. I should ask you why you fell down here. Teacher Wang helped Zhang Qingrui stand up. I met your classmate just now, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. But you, when I found you, you fell down here. What happened to you too? If she could explain it, she wouldn't be so worried now. Teacher, did you go downstairs? Zhang Qingrui suddenly asked. Teacher Wang was stunned. I was taking care of you. Why would I go downstairs? Are you really okay? Did she suddenly faint? Or did she accidentally slip? Did you hurt yourself in any way? It was strange that she didn't feel any injury on her body when she woke up after falling down the stairs. If there was any pain, it would be the terrifying scene in the dream. It was the kind of pain that was left behind. It was as if it was real. Zhang Qingrui glanced at the stairs subconsciously. Could she see the end of the stairs? Surprisingly, it was no longer a spiral-like and endless situation. Zhang Qingrui took a deep breath. Teacher, I'm a little dizzy. Can you help me down first? Teacher Wang nodded. It wasn't a big deal. She helped Zhang Qingrui and walked forward. Be careful. Zhang Qingrui nodded subconsciously. But at that moment, Mr. Wang's mouth was sewn shut. She was really too scared. Zhang Qingrui pushed her away instinctively. She had used up almost all of her strength. Mr. Wang, who was standing in front of him, had a stunned expression on his face. He felt as if he had lost his center of gravity. In that split second, Zhang Qingrui realized that she had pushed him off the cliff. She didn't have time to be scared. She just reached out her hand, trying to catch Teacher Wang. But she could only catch Teacher Wang's clothes, and the inertia of falling couldn't be reversed. Once again, Zhang Qingrui rolled down the stairs. But this time, she wasn't the only one rolling down the stairs. It was really painful this time. She felt that all her bones were about to break. Zhang Qingrui fell down on the ground, and Teacher Wang also fell down beside her. Teacher Wang forcefully propped his body up and shook his head vigorously, as if he was trying to wake himself up. What's wrong with you? Zhang Qingrui heard Teacher Wang's angry voice. She endured the pain all over her body, and just as she was about to explain something, her expression changed. Pa, 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 pa. The familiar sound of a ball bouncing down the stairs came again. At the top of the stairs, the old dark red ball once again bounced down slowly. One step, one step, one step. She looked up the stairs subconsciously. It happened again. She saw the little girl whose mouth was sewn up, standing at the top of the stairs. She lowered her head and was wet all over. Ah! Teacher Wang, who was beside him, suddenly let out a cry of horror. It was as if a string in his heart had snapped. He struggled to get up from the ground and was thrown into the corridor in a panic. She watched as the little girl with her mouth sewn up slowly walked down. Zhang Qingrui's consciousness blurred, and all of a sudden, her vision went dark and she couldn't see anything. The steel needle pierced through her body. The fishing line was pulled. As if it was going to cut her lips, the man's angry voice, Zhang Qingrui, woke up abruptly. She felt as if she was suffocating, and she greedily took in large mouthfuls of air with every breath she took. "Student, what's wrong with you? Student, are you okay?" In front of her was the concerned voice of the teacher in the teaching office. Ms. Zhang opened her eyes wide, as if she had inhaled a lot of cold air. A kind of coldness began to spread all over her body, making her hair numb. Chapter 152. Genius 1, Second Remember Love /Go /Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Her name was Wang Luo. After graduation, she came to the university to work under the arrangement of her family. She had been working here. She had 2 marriages, but she didn't have any children. It seemed that she didn't want to have children, subconsciously. Both marriages had broken down because of the issue of children. Recently, she had the idea of resigning. Maybe she just wanted to change the working environment, or because she was tired, or because of other things. Zhang Qingrui hoped that she could get more information from Wang Luo and teacher Wang next time. She couldn't remember how many times she had pushed Wang Luo down the stairs. She would always wake up from the struggle and return to the original place. When she opened her eyes, she would see Wang Luo again. Then, involuntarily, she would let teacher Wang Luo help her down the stairs. She would push her down the stairs. Every time, she only had about 10 seconds. In the end, she would say, "Teacher, I don't feel well. Can you help me down?" Every time, she would feel guilty and painful. She wanted to pull teacher Wang Luo up, but every time, she would roll down the stairs together with her. How many times had it been repeated? 10 times? 20 times? 30 times? Or more? Zhang Qingrui had to consider a question. Why did she have to push teacher Wang Luo down the stairs every time? It seemed that she wanted to take Wang Luo's life. This conjecture was so horrible that Ms. Zhang had to speculate a more unacceptable answer. If she couldn't push Wang Luo down the stairs and kill her, she would never be able to get out of this nightmare. She couldn't be saved by this method. However, this idea started to waver in the cycle again and again. Every single time, only she knew the pain and helplessness. They battered her nerves again and again. She didn't know how long she could hold on. 2 totally different ideas had appeared in her mind. I can't do this. Perhaps next time, if I use my greatest strength and adjust the angle, teacher Wang can really fall to her death. She woke up from the cycle again. She was not willing to sit and wait for death. She hoped to find a place to break through. Looking at Wang Luo's concerned question, Zhang Qingrui suddenly grabbed Wang Luo's arm and asked quickly, "Teacher, do you know a little girl? She's wearing a blue and white checkered skirt, and she's about 6 or 7 years old. Oh, right, she's also wearing a bow hairband." He was suddenly interrupted. "No, I don't." Teacher Wang Luo's voice, which was full of concern, suddenly turned cold. She said, "Student, let me help you down." No, Zhang Qingrui felt like she was a puppet on a string. Her body, her actions, and her words were all out of her control. "Thank you, teacher," Zhang Qingrui said. Even his tone didn't belong to him. "No." Zhang Qingrui clenched her gums abruptly as if she had broken free from some shackles. With courage from the bottom of her heart, Zhang Qingrui caught Wang Luo's palm. Instead of going downstairs, she went upstairs. Wang Luo didn't react to the sudden change. She was pulled up the stairs after a few steps. Wang Luo couldn't help frowning. "Student, what are you doing?" "Teacher, I don't have time to explain. The most important thing is that I don't want you to die like this." Zhang Qingrui didn't look back. Since she couldn't go downstairs, she would go upstairs to have a look. Perhaps she would know the answer. She remembered what her only classmate in her class had said. "Wait, student, what did you say just now?" "What I?" In the corridor, Qingrui Zhang's face was pale. She said quickly, "I don't know. I only know that I, the teacher, and the student just now have all fallen into a strange situation. We have no way to get out. Just now, I'm afraid I would push you down the stairs. But before that, I've tried dozens of times. Are you kidding, student? Teacher Wang Luo frowned, thinking that this female student was crazy or deliberately teasing her. It's true. I don't know if teacher has any impression, but every time I remember it clearly. Zhang Qingrui said hurriedly. Everything is because I saw that girl. All of a sudden, Ms. Zhang's face became abnormally frightened. Looking at the change of Zhang Qingrui's expression, Wang Luo turned her head subconsciously. In the long, dim corridor, a figure came gradually, accompanied by a sound that wasn't footsteps. It was the sound of a fire extinguisher dragging on the floor. That person dragged 2 fire extinguishers, with a piece of black cloth on his body. He came closer step by step, lowering his head, and his hair was unusually messy. Wang Luo couldn't see clearly what he looked like. Suddenly, this person threw out a bottle of fire extinguisher toward Zhang Qingrui and Wang Luo. The fire extinguisher did not hit the 2 of them. Instead, it hit a window next to them. Bang! In an instant, the broken glass shot out in all directions. Zhang Qingrui and Wang Luo exclaimed at the same time. Wang Luo got angry at once. Who are you? Are you crazy? However, it seemed to have provoked the monster's anger. The monster raised another fire extinguisher and let out a strange, loud noise. Then, it charged at the 2 of them like a madman. Why did another freak come out suddenly? Ms. Zhang really didn't know what had happened to her today. She could only turn around with Wang Luo and try to escape from this place. At least from this weirdo, who suddenly attacked them without saying a word. Bang! Bang! Pa! Outside the corridor, there were constant sounds of knocking and glass breaking. Hiding in an office, Zhang Qingrui and Wang Luo stuck out their heads cautiously, looking at the freak who kept smashing the doors and windows with a fire extinguisher, searching from one office to another, which made them tremble with fear. Phone! There was no signal at all. Even the internal telephone of this office couldn't be used now. The windows of the office couldn't be opened at all, and it seemed impossible to shout for help. Most importantly, there was not a single extra person on this floor. Bang! The glass suddenly broke and fell from the top of their heads. Zhang Qingrui and Wang Luo covered each other's mouth, making no sound. They curled up their bodies, trying their best to stick to the wall below the window, for fear of being discovered by the freak standing outside the window. Bang! It was the sound of something being smashed in another place. But fortunately, the footsteps had begun to fade away. Zhang Qingrui and Wang Luo still didn't dare to speak. Until the footsteps went away, they stuck out their heads and looked around the corridor. He has searched this place. He won't come back for the time being. Wang Luo said with a trembling voice. Zhang Qingrui didn't dare to judge. Wang Luo smiled bitterly. Just now you said we were in a strange environment. Now it seems to be right. Teacher, think about it. How could there be a window that can't be opened? How could there be no one on this floor and no phone call? Wang Luo took a deep breath, saying suddenly, just now you said you pushed me downstairs for many times. It should be true, right? Zhang Qingrui nodded. As if being trapped at the same time and being threatened by the same target, the 2 who were in a state of distress suddenly became closer. I've tried many times, but no matter what, I can't get out of this 5th floor. No matter how I walk, I always return to the 5th floor. Then they became silent. Not knowing how long had passed, Wang Luo suddenly took a deep breath, raising her head and looking at the gloomy weather outside the office window, saying suddenly, when I was young, I had the same experience. Being chased by a man, no matter how I tried to escape, I couldn't. In front of me, there was only darkness and despair. Zhang Qingrui gave a start. She didn't know why Wang Luo suddenly mentioned this. Perhaps it had something to do with the freak holding the fire extinguisher? Chapter 153. Genius 1, Second, remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Wang Luo was not the biological daughter of her parents, but was adopted. At that time, my father was laid off and stayed at home. He should have been out of work for about a year. All of a sudden, the burden of the family fell onto my mother's shoulders. It was not easy for women in that era. Patriarchal ideology was still very serious. My mother naturally couldn't maintain a family for a long time. Wang Luo mentioned something she had forgotten. Suddenly one day, when I came back from school, I saw my father breaking all the things in the house like crazy. That night, he was drunk alone with a letter in his hand. It was written by my mother. Actually, it's more appropriate to call it a note, because there were 3 words, "I'm leaving," on it. Later, I heard a lot of rumors. Some said my mother married an overseas Chinese who returned from abroad. Some said she went to work in a faraway place, and some said she was seen working in a nightclub. I don't know which rumor is true, but my father seemed to believe all the rumors. Even though she was over 30 years old, Teacher Wang Luo was like a helpless little girl in Zhang Qingrui's eyes. She hugged her hands, saying in an extremely disgusted tone, "You can't imagine how ugly a man is when he escapes from reality. So ugly that even as a father, there seemed to be no reason for him to be forgiven. There was a time, I remember it was summer, and I could only wear winter clothes to school. Do you know why? Because I was afraid to let my classmates see the scars on my hands and feet." Wang Luo heaved a sigh, saying in a low voice, "I couldn't continue to bear this kind of inhuman abuse. I wanted to escape from this family that had long lost its warmth." That night, that ugly man exposed his lowliness, cowardice, and incompetence again. It seemed that he could only keep some of his pitiful self-esteem as a man by beating his own daughter. Wang Luo suddenly stretched out her hands. I was so scared. I grabbed the kettle and smashed it on his head fiercely. He fell to the ground in pain. I saw his forehead was bleeding. I was even more scared. I ran out of the house recklessly and chased after him. I kept running, but he kept chasing after me. I panicked and didn't know where to go. In the end, I hid in a construction site nearby. I don't know where he picked up an iron rod from, but he kept knocking as if he had gone mad. He kept knocking things around him. Wang Luo retracted her hands and hugged her arms tightly, trembling slightly. Just like now, hide. Love, go little, say netuku. What happened next? Zhang Qingrui suddenly asked. Wang Luo lowered her head, shaking it. I don't know, I forgot. I just remember that when I woke up, I wasn't in that construction site, but in a strange street. I wandered the streets alone, and when I was hungry, I looked for food in the trash can. So it went on like this for several weeks, and I never dared to go back. Perhaps God took pity on me, and a couple found me and took me in. I didn't dare to mention anything about my family, so I let them send me back. I pretended that I didn't remember anything. They had no children of their own. After that, I became their child. You really don't remember what happened at the construction site? Zhang Qingrui suddenly asked. Wang Luo gave a start, turning her head to look at this student. She didn't know when she lowered her head, so she couldn't see her face clearly. This made Wang Luo feel uneasy. I don't know. I can't remember. Wang Luo said subconsciously. You forgot. Zhang Qingrui raised her head abruptly, stretching out her hands at the same time, strangling Wang Luo's neck. The terrifying strength made Wang Luo feel incomparable pain at once. However, the scene in front of her made Wang Luo feel as if she had fallen into ice. Zhang Qingrui's beautiful eyes suddenly became slanted. Her hair had become disheveled at some point, and her lips had become a bloody mess. She wanted to open her mouth, but the crisscrossing fishing lines above her mouth prevented her from doing so. It could only open a gap with a large number of interlaced fishing lines. Pain, fear, panic, despair. In a flash, numerous emotions began to pour into Wang Luo's mind. Like a merry-go-round, Fragmentary fragments began to flash in Wang Luo's mind. Wang Luo saw the ugliest face, her biological father's face. His hands, his fierceness, his crimes, one after another. Steel needle and fishing line. Wang Luo struggled crazily, her legs kicking on the ground, no matter how she struggled. She couldn't get rid of the opponent's hands. Pa! Suddenly there was a knocking sound. The door of the office was kicked open, and the weirdo who dragged the fire extinguisher had already walked in. The fire extinguisher smashed towards the two at the same time. The abnormal Zhang Qingrui loosened her hands at once, while Wang Luo's legs exerted force and moved backward. Seeing the abnormal Zhang Qingrui suddenly rushing towards the weirdo and pushing him to the wall, Wang Luo suddenly quivered, rolling and crawling out of the door subconsciously. "Why did you stop me?" Zhang Qingrui, who was squeezing the weirdo's neck from the mouth full of fishing lines, had a gloomy face full of black air. "A little girl asked me to save her elder sister." That weirdo didn't seem to feel the pain of being squeezed at all. He loosened the black cloth on his body and reached out to grab Zhang Qingrui's arm, saying softly, "When she asked me, her eyes were firm, but when I grabbed her hand, I think she was more scared than you." "Ridiculous. I'm not scared of anything. I'm not scared anymore." "Really? Even if it's buried in a dark place forever?" "What do you know?" The mouth that was sewn by the fishing lines suddenly opened to the extreme, but still couldn't get rid of those crisscrossing fishing lines. While the blood burst out, a thick black smoke suddenly came out from Zhang Qingrui's body, crazily wrapping around. It wrapped around the club boss who had just agreed to a little guest's request not long ago. Where was this place? She didn't know where this place was. Perhaps it was only one of the offices on this floor. Wang Luo, who was in a panic, didn't know where she had bumped into. She hid at the side of a sofa, hugging her own body in horror. Her messy hair hung down, blocking most of her sight. The great fear seemed to pull her back to that night more than 20 years ago in an instant. She seemed to be the same, hiding in the shed of the construction site. She muttered to herself, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. He can't see, he can't find. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The more she trembled, the more she wanted to comfort herself. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll protect you, little Xan. Sister will protect you. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." She opened her arms subconsciously, as if she wanted to put something into her embrace. However, she looked at the empty space beside her. She looked at the arm that she wanted to hug, but stopped in the air. She had completely lost her target. She suddenly remembered everything. "That bastard, did he hit you again when I wasn't at home? Today he missed 2 hits. That bastard. Even if he hit me, you're only 6 years old. Bastard, bastard. Does it hurt? Sister will apply some medicine for you. Little Xan, it doesn't hurt because sister will come back." "Little Xan, ball! How come?" "Sure, I took it back secretly from school. Don't tell others, okay?" Yes. This is little Xan's treasure. Sister is the best. Let's play together." "Not today. If we don't work, we'll be beaten later. When the school holidays, let's finish our work early and then play together secretly, okay?" "Yes. Pinky swear. Pinky swear, hang 100 years. Liar is a puppy." "Okay, pinky swear, hang 100 years. Little Xan is a puppy. Sister is a puppy. Hee. Little Xan, let's escape. We can't stay here anymore. Otherwise we'll be beaten to death." But what if we're caught? Dad is so fierce. It's okay. Sister will protect you. I will definitely protect you. It's okay. It's okay. He won't be able to find us. Don't make a sound. He won't be able to find us. Sister, I'm scared. Don't be scared. Sister is here. My ball is gone. Ball? Don't worry about it. Wait a moment. Sister will get you more beautiful ones. No, my rubber ball. That was given to me by my sister. We agreed to play ball together. Little Xan, don't. Ah! Found you. Little bastard. You actually ran away. You actually dared to hit me. Little bastard. I'll kill you. Sister, save me. Sister, sister. Sister, where are you? Sister. Chapter 154. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? Say net. Providing you with wonderful novels to read. The black gas, as thick as ink, wrapped around Luacio's body. Love, go, little, say, W, chew the accumulated pain. Fear, resentment, and despair for many years couldn't invade Luacio's body. Luacio waved his arm, looking at Zhang Qingrui in front of him, looking at the other individual releasing the black gas in her body. The despair began to retreat from Luacio, while the resentment on Zhang Qingrui's face grew stronger. My classmate has been unlucky recently. This should be the second time she's been possessed, Luacio suddenly said. While he was speaking, the black gas had been absorbed into Zhang Qingrui's body. Of course, it wasn't the will of the individual in her body, but the thought of the club boss. I don't care. You're holding someone else's body and you don't care? I don't care. I'm not qualified to say you're willful. Luacio sighed. While sighing, he reached out his hand again. Under his thought, Zhang Qingrui, who was attached by the strong resentment, couldn't move at all. What do you want to do? Let me go. I'm going to find that woman. I'm going to find her. She lied to me. She promised me that she would protect me. But, no buts, not only that. Luacio said indifferently, it should be 37 times. You didn't really do it 37 times, did you? I didn't. His hand finally reached to Zhang Qingrui's face, right beside her lips. Luacio's finger gently stroked Zhang Qingrui's lips. Those connected fishing lines, however, broke one by one at this time. Every time a fishing line broke, the strong resentment on her body would fade away bit by bit. When the last fishing line was completely broken, the resentment was like ink that had been dissolved in water for a long time, becoming completely insignificant. Luacio said softly, It's just that we can't wait for her to come out, right? As he said this, he pulled Zhang Qingrui's arm and pulled it with a little force. Then a small figure was pulled out of Ms. Zhang's body, indifferent and transparent, as if it would disappear at any moment. It was that little girl whose entire body was drenched, her mouth sewn shut, and now her mouth was open again. At the same time, Zhang Qingrui fell to the ground and fainted. The shadow that was pulled out was finally pulled into Luacio's arms. He hugged the little girl and whispered, Don't be afraid. This time, I'll accompany you to wait for her return. Luacio's palm gently pressed on the floor. At this moment, the floor began to crack completely. The cracks spread until the entire office began to disintegrate. It spread not only to this office, but also to the entire floor and even to this building. Everything was completely shattered in an instant, turning into countless fragments. All of the fragments scattered in an instant. Strangely, they didn't fall, but just scattered. Their scattering allowed the separated lines of sight to meet each other in the gaps between the numerous broken stones and the fragments of objects. And Luacio had unknowingly returned to his weird appearance. While the little girl was in a daze, Luacio suddenly stretched out his palm, pinching her neck and lifting her up easily. The little girl's shadow seemed to be suffering a great deal of pain, kicking the air with difficulty at this moment. Wang Luo woke up from her memories. She touched her face, subconsciously. Apart from the sweat, there was something more moist. Tears of regret. She saw scenes one after another. Not long ago, when her neck was pinched, she saw scenes after scenes that she didn't know. Why didn't she have the courage to run out at that time? Why didn't her only sister have the courage to run out even though she was wailing there? She remembered. She remembered everything. In the end, she didn't have the courage to leave her hiding place until her father dragged her sister away from the construction site. She didn't even dare to follow them back quietly. She escaped to a faraway place and began to wander on the streets, forcing herself to forget the nightmare scene. Wang Luo grasped her collar tightly. Unimaginable self-reproach, pain and regret began to spread here. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly cracked open and shattered into countless fragments of various sizes. However, no matter what, they did not fall, nor did they scatter further away. Her line of sight suddenly became incomparably wide. In the gaps between the numerous fragments, she saw the figure of the weirdo who chased her just now. That weirdo raised his hand and pinched a little girl's neck. It was a very faint figure. She was wearing a blue and white checkered dress, and her little feet were kicking everywhere. It was just like that night more than 20 years ago, when she had witnessed her little sister being dragged by her father. Not knowing where the courage came from, Wang Luo stood up abruptly. She collided with numerous fragments, no matter whether they were sharp or large. They hit her body, no matter whether she was scratched by the fragments or hurt by them. Let her go! Let her go! Let her go! While running, Wang Luo reached out and grabbed a fragment beside her, a broken stone. Let her go! She rushed to the weirdo, smashing the stone in her hand towards the weirdo's arm that was pinching the little girl's shadow. But the moment it fell, it didn't give off any real sensation. It was just a piece of black cloth falling down. That strange man suddenly turned into a piece of black cloth and slowly floated down. However, he had already disappeared. The little girl's shadow was suddenly liberated. Her eyes turned ferocious in an instant, subconsciously reaching out to pinch Wang Luo's neck. However, embrace. The moment she landed, her weak shadow had been brought into Wang Luo's embrace before she really reached out her hand. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Sister is here. Here. Sister. Sister will protect you. Don't be afraid. Little Xan, don't be afraid. The little girl's body suddenly became stiff in the embrace. Many years ago, in the dark night of the work shed, the helpless and fruitless calls, the disappointment of not being able to find the only person he could rely on, the despair when his mouth was sewn shut by his deranged father, and the despair when he was drowned alive, and the coldness of being buried underground for a long time. How terrible it was! I'm Wang Xan. I have a sister who loves me very much. Mother is gone. I can only wait for sister to come back every day. Even if dad is fierce, I'm not afraid. I like the ball that sister gave me. Why doesn't sister come out? I can't tell you where sister is hiding. Will dad beat sister to death? Little Xan can't say. It's so painful. Don't sew my mouth, dad, don't. Sister, where are you? It's so dark here. Little Xan can't see anything. I don't know when it started, but I want sister to come back to accompany me. I want sister to be like me. Why only sister can be saved? Why don't you kill sister? Little Xan is really painful, very painful. Sister, can you feel it too? It's really painful. I'm Wang Xan. I have a sister who loves me very much. I'm buried underground by dad. Am I dead? I don't know. But I don't know when it started. There seems to be another little Xan in my heart. Little Xan doesn't like this little Xan in my heart because she hates sister very much. The little Xan in my heart told little Xan that she wants to kill sister so that sister can accompany little Xan all the time. But little Xan doesn't want to. His elder sister would definitely be very scared, just like little Xan now. Buried under the ground, so cold, so dark. She was really, really scared. But gradually, she didn't feel cold anymore. She felt the increasing strength in her embrace, listening to the heartbeat and the constant warmth when they slept together many years ago. The little girl's stiff body suddenly became soft. She timidly put her arms around Wang Luo's body, listening to Wang Luo's words that could make her feel at ease. Her figure faded away bit by bit. The last bit of resentment also disappeared in this late embrace. Sister, I still want you to be my sister in the next life. Little Xan! The figure in her arms disappeared. Wang Luo looked around absent-mindedly, trying to find her existence and her authenticity. However, she raised her head, looking at the broken teaching building above the sky. In the gloomy sky above the numerous broken stones, there seemed to be something rising slowly. That was a wisp of light like a star flashing to the sky. Wang Luo looked at these stars, gradually losing her mind. In the complicated and large amount of broken stones, Luoqiu looked at the little girl whose hand was held by him. She was still so clean, the blue and white plaid skirt looked extraordinarily simple. Luoqiu squatted down, arranging the hairband on the little girl's head, asking softly, "Dear guest, are you satisfied?" The little girl looked at Wang Luo in the distance, suddenly revealing a trace of clean and pure smile. She handed the rubber ball to Luoqiu. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl suddenly kissed Luoqiu's face, turning around. The little girl turned around, running towards Wang Luo. Her back gradually faded and became transparent. Perhaps she had run to Wang Luo's side, or perhaps she didn't, disappearing from Luoqiu's sight. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qingrui opened her eyes at once. The familiar stairs, the familiar light and darkness, and the familiar back, Luoqiu's back. He was going down the stairs, and she was in the mezzanine of the stairs, between the 5th and 4th floor. "Luoqiu, when did you appear?" Ms. Zhang asked subconsciously. Luoqiu turned around, glancing at Ms. Zhang expressionlessly. "When did I disappear?" "No, just—" She wanted to talk about the things she had experienced, but didn't know where to start. Just like what she had been in contact with, Luoqiu just said indifferently, "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Zhang Qingrui wanted to say, "Wait a minute." However, at this moment, she noticed that some people were walking down the stairs, and some were walking up the stairs further down. It was no longer the spiral staircase with endless handrails. Seeing Luoqiu going downstairs slowly, Ms. Zhang suddenly quivered, running back to the corridor of the 5th floor. Everything seemed normal. He could hear some soft voices coming from the various offices, but he didn't see any signs of damage. She quickly ran to the entrance of the Academic Affairs office and stuck her head inside to take a look. She saw other teachers, including teacher Wang Luo. At this moment, Wang Luo was looking out of the window, seemingly in a trance. No one knew what she was thinking about. She glanced at the clock on the wall again. It was 4:15 in the afternoon. It turned out that only 15 minutes had passed since she left the Academic Affairs office. Did I have a dream? When they got off work in the evening, the university teachers left the teaching building one after another. However, when they left the building with their umbrellas, they found that a palm tree that was almost 10 meters tall had fallen down at some point. It was probably because of the strong winds that had been blowing for the past few days. The tree was blown down by the wind of the typhoon. Fortunately, it didn't hit anything. The teachers from the teaching staff office quickly contacted someone to deal with the blown-down palm tree. At night, the workers in charge of cleaning up dug out a skeleton from the bottom of the palm tree. It should be the skeleton of a child. Typhoon Tani has passed through. There will be sporadic drizzle in the next few days, but the temperature will rise gradually. The ultraviolet intensity today and tomorrow at night. The new boss of the club was listening to the weather report on the radio while playing with an old red ball in his hand. The ball rotated slowly in his palm. Luoqiu suddenly looked at the servant girl who was cleaning the display cabinet with a feather duster, asking, "Yu Yi, do we have a nice shelf here?" There should be one in the utility room. Yu Yi turned around, looking at her master. "What size do you want?" Luoqiu slightly raised the ball in his hand. "I want to put it on the display window." "Ball?" The servant girl slightly widened her eyes. Luoqiu whispered, "It's a treasure." Yen 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 yen. Chapter 155. Genius remembers. Love in 1 second divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chang Yin shook off the water on his umbrella downstairs, glancing at the current weather gloomily. Love, go, little, say, W. Didn't they say the typhoon had passed by? This morning there was a quick storm, but now the sun was out. The rain in the entire city began to evaporate, filling the air with a sultry and humid feeling. Chang Yun quickly entered the 9 o'clock lobby and then walked into the elevator. In order to show the star rating of the hotel, it was specially designed as a sightseeing elevator. The elevator slowly went up, and soon Qingyan could see a large area of the city. He subconsciously thought about the internal affairs of the Zhong family. It seemed that the second young master was determined to develop here. As for the old master, he still hadn't returned to the villa in the capital. The old master declared to the Zhong family that this place was suitable for him to recuperate. If he went back to the capital, he wouldn't be able to smell clean air all year round. This was true, but whether this was the real reason, Cheng Yin had always maintained a wait-and-see attitude. As for the eldest young master, he had returned to the capital to take care of the family business, and the third young lady had left with her parents earlier. Therefore, instead of saying that the old master stayed here to recuperate, it was better to say that it was because the second young master was here. Qingyan had always known that the eldest young master Zhong Luoyun had great ambition to become the future leader of the Zhong family, so he didn't feel strange when he saw Zhong Luoyun's gloomy face when he left that day. Second young master, it's done. In a VIP suite on the upper floor of the hotel, Qingyan handed the document to Zhong Luochun. The second young master of the Zhong family smiled lightly. Good speed. Qingyan didn't immediately take the credit, but said with a calm expression, "Fortunately, Lin Gung's uncle jumped out, so it was done so quickly." If it wasn't because Lin Gung's uncle saw that Lin Gung was in a vegetative state and the chance of waking up was almost zero, and wanted Lin Gung's property, we wouldn't have been able to get the control of Heaven's Shadow Entertainment through this clown so quickly. That's all for now. Zhong Luochun didn't even open the document and just casually placed it on the table. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass window in the room and pulled open the curtains. The view from here was naturally different from the view from the elevator. Zhong Luochun clasped his hands behind his back and said, "I'm not interested in starting from scratch. Heaven's Shadow Entertainment has a pretty good foundation." Chengyan nodded and suddenly sighed. It's a pity that the pillar of sky shadow, Tujia, is missing. Rumors say that it has something to do with Lin Gung taking drugs and becoming a vegetative person. She might even be the one who did it. That's why she's hiding now. Zhong Luochun said indifferently, "What is a celebrity? In my opinion, no matter if it was due to hard work or luck in the end, it all depended on capital. Besides, my focus isn't really on the film and television industry." Second young master? Cheng Yin was stunned. It was as if he had seen a dormant lion suddenly open its eyes. Zhong Luochun said indifferently, "Our country has a lot of people. It doesn't matter how popular the movies are. How can they compare to the direction of public opinion? The so-called fool, isn't it just fooling the people? The power of the pen will always be much sharper than you can imagine." He turned around and leaned against the city, saying with a smile, "A media empire is much more successful than a film and television empire." Although he didn't say how it would unfold in the future, Qingyan seemed to see a huge blueprint unfolding from Zhong Luochun's body. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What he thought of was another benefit giver, the third daughter of the Zhong family. The three young masters and young mistresses of the Zhong family were all dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, there would be a battle between dragons and phoenixes. "By the way, prepare some gifts for me," Zhong Luochun suddenly said. "It's old Lady Zhang's birthday in 2 days. I have to go to the Zhang family's mansion." "Understood." Chen Yin immediately nodded and agreed. But when he thought of the old lady of Guyu Zhai, who didn't smile for thousands of years, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. "You will surpass all of them because you will sacrifice yourself to cover my body." Jesus said this to Judas. This was the translation of the Gospel of Judas that Luochio could find. Of course, no one from that era would jump out to testify whether it was completely correct or not. About a month ago, Luochio started to read the New Testament and the Old Testament, as well as the fragments of the Gospel of Judas, when he found the words in the floral window of the former boss room and knew from the hint of golden pupil that might be a sentence from the Gospel of Judas. This seemed to be the clue to the former boss's age, which was much older than Yu Yi knew. However, the clue seemed to be cut off at the beginning of the Gospel. To study the character of Judas in the Gospel, one couldn't simply read the New Testament and Old Testament to brag about it. Luaccio had inherited the club for about 2 months. Now his lifespan had become abundant after many transactions. He was a very patient person. When he was young, he used to be lively and active. His patience was probably cultivated by living alone for a few years. Somehow, Luaccio didn't think that it was just a coincidence that he found this text in the former boss's room. After the former boss lost the club, where was he now? Once the club changed hands, what would happen as the boss? Unfortunately, the price is too high. Silently complaining about the altar's unusually harsh information in his heart, Luaccio looked at the temporary mailbox he applied for outside the school's teaching office yesterday. He didn't receive any new mail. In this regard, Luaccio's heart didn't fluctuate too much. He began to discover some changes after his soul was imprisoned in the altar. His feelings began to become indifferent. For example, a series of negative emotions such as anger, anxiety, hesitation, depression, and so on would more or less appear occasionally in the past. But in this aspect, it was probably difficult to appear now. In fact, when he recalled the transactions he had made during this period of time, he had gradually discovered his own changes. As the number of transactions increased, his ability was steadily improving, and his changes were becoming more and more obvious. If I can't even laugh at a cold joke, it's a bit bad. After turning off the phone and drinking a sip of the cold black tea, Luaccio realized that the black tea was already cold. Under the careful care of Miss-maid Boss Luo, who had gradually developed the habit of stretching out his hand for tea and opening his mouth for food, couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that when he was thinking about something just now, Yu Yi said to go upstairs for a while. What did she go upstairs for? Luaccio couldn't remember at once. But looking at the time, it seemed to be a bit long. Boss Luo, who was used to being accompanied by Miss-maid in the lobby, suddenly became unaccustomed. He walked up the stairs slowly. He wasn't on the second floor of the club, although his feelings began to become indifferent. But his curiosity seemed to have maintained the intensity of inheriting the club from the beginning to the end. Therefore, Luaccio walked up to the third floor. Different from the second floor as the living room, the third floor was more often used for storing sundries. Luaccio, who was climbing up the stairs, could gradually see the scene on the third floor. Half naked, the black and white maid uniform was taken off below the shoulders, revealing the delicate and white back. At this time, one of the slender and almost perfect jade feet stretched out naturally. As for the other one, it was folded in front of the chest, just blocking the style exposed by the half-taken-off top. And the skirt had already been lifted up, only covering the end of the legs from Luaccio's point of view. He clearly saw such a side profile, but it seemed more attractive. Yu Yi, whose long hair had already been tied up, now lowered her head, both hands pressing on the knee joint of her stretched bare feet at the same time. She looked focused, suddenly became distracted. She must have heard the footsteps coming up the stairs. The club boss and Miss-maid looked at each other at this moment. This was very embarrassing. Luaccio had such a thought in his mind, but all of a sudden, a clear stream flowed in his heart, and the vague restlessness disappeared at once. He suddenly remembered what Yu Yi said to him before going upstairs. Chapter 156. A genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The club occupied the original location of the shops in the commercial street. Of course, this kind of occupation was not a direct occupation. It was a misplaced existence. Simply put, the original shop and the club existed at the same time, and they existed at the same location at the same time. The only difference was that he could see the people from the club, but not the original shop. Those who could see the original shop naturally couldn't see the existence of the club. In fact, Luaccio just felt that with such a presence, When the afternoon sun shone in from the outside onto the third floor that was like an attic, when Yi, who had taken off half of her clothes, shone brightly, everything became very beautiful. The awkwardness in his heart faded away as Luocho asked softly, "Do you need help?" Since it was the arrival of the master, Miss Maid didn't care about her clothes at this time. She quickly stood up. Her skirt naturally hung down, covering her legs that had already taken off her socks. However, the upper part of her body was still around her abdomen. "How could you Yi trouble master with such a small matter?" Luocho didn't find any bashful expression on Ye's face. Instead, it was as if she was distressed because she had caused trouble for her master. Although it was probably the first time in his life that he saw a woman's half-naked body, Luocho's heart couldn't help but beat faster. If he saw it, then so be it. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. That was probably what he thought. Perhaps it was because if one looked carefully, one could actually see the positions of Yuye's joints. Usually these things could not be seen. Perhaps it was because she needed to take care of her body, so her original appearance was revealed. It was a doll. Luocho walked up the rest of the stairs and reached the third floor. The wooden floor made a slight sound when he stepped on it. He finally walked in front of Yui, gently pulling up the clothes she had taken off, covering the body that didn't seem to intend to hide from the beginning. Luocho went around to Yuye's back, stretched out his hand to tie the knot on the back of the clothes, and said, "It's okay. Have you taken care of your upper body?" Yuyi nodded. Luocho thought for a while and said, "How do you usually take care of your body?" Yuyi turned around and said, "Generally, I just clean the dust at the joints and then apply a little lubricant. As for the body parts, they were just replaced 100 years ago, so I don't need them now." Luocho looked at the bottle on the ground and the drip pipe outside it. "Sit down first." Hearing this, Yuyi sat down obediently. At this time, Luocho squatted down, picked up the dropper on the ground, and sucked some viscous yellow liquid from the bottle, probably the so-called lubricant. But it didn't have the pungent smell of general lubricants, but a kind of fragrance like the smell of perfume. Luocho looked up at the servant girl who sat down and asked softly, "Is it enough to drip from the joints?" "Master, Yuyi can do it by herself. It's okay." Luocho said softly, "Thank you for taking care of me during this time. At least let me do something for you." His eyes also became soft. He, who was half kneeling on the ground, reached out and lifted Yuye's calf slightly and put it on his knee. Under the skirt, only a very small part of her body and her ankles were exposed. Luocho looked up and said, "Is it okay?" Yuyi smiled faintly, stretching out her hand to pull open her skirt slowly until her knees were exposed, but the appearance of the joints had disappeared. "It's okay." Luocho reached out and gently touched Yuye's knee position, and the illusion that covered the knee joint to cover the traces had been broken. Even so, even if there were more structure of the joints, it still didn't make the curve of the woman's leg uncoordinated. You couldn't find a woman who could have such perfect lines. The alchemist who made you must have spent a lot of effort. Luocho couldn't help but exclaim. The previous boss said that the alchemist lady took about 10 years. Yuyi said softly, "Of course, Yuyi is also very satisfied with this body." Luocho couldn't help but marvel at the skills of the creator of this puppet body. It wasn't a human body, but it felt exactly like a human body. Of course, if Yuye's soul didn't integrate into the puppet body, it wouldn't be so perfect. Although it wasn't a real human, but in Luocho's eyes, except for the ability to give birth, Yuyi had a perfect body with a soul, which was better than a human. The dropper slowly approached the joint, and Luocho carefully put it on the slightly open crack. His fingers slightly squeezed, and a light yellow viscous liquid was squeezed out and poured into the crack little by little. Suddenly hearing Yuye's moaning sound, Luocho couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you feel anything?" "A little." Yuye's eyelids slightly drooped and said softly, "There will be some numbing feeling. In fact, the skin on the body can feel the touch, but it won't be very strong. Originally, he thought it was just a puppet body, so there shouldn't be any feeling. Hearing this, Luocho stopped and thought about the scene when he gently held her calf. But seeing Yu Ye's face was fine, Luocho didn't think too much about it. Next was the ankle joint. This time, Yu Ye's jade-like foot was held in the palm of his hand. The sparkling toe slightly shrank at this time. Even if it wasn't strong, it still felt itchy. Luocho sped up. Next was the other leg. The same thing happened. "Thank you, master." Luocho put down the dropper and took the shoes neatly placed on the side. He held the jade foot that seemed to have become more flexible and slowly put it on. "Okay," Luocho stood up and said jokingly, "it doesn't seem to be an easy job." "The ankle is not easy." Yu Yi also stood up. "But this time it's faster than usual." Yu Yi suddenly grabbed Luocho's hand, took out a square handkerchief, and gently wiped the liquid that accidentally stained Luocho's hand. "Master, don't do this kind of thing for Yu Yi next time. You are the most honorable. How can you do such a dirty thing?" In the past, the boss didn't care about Yu Yi and let Yu Yi do it herself. Until now, he didn't feel anything. But Luocho suddenly thought, why does it sound like I've become a pervert with a foot fetish and a puppet's foot? But because his emotions had been gradually dulled by the altar, Luocho's face didn't change. He suddenly asked, "By the way, do you remember the name of the alchemist who made you?" "Catherine II. Alexievna." Luocho was stunned. This name sounds a little familiar. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 157. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. If I can live to 200 years old, the whole of Europe will crawl at my feet. Catherine II. Sophia Auguste, using love and fertility as the transaction fee, you get the Zosimus Codex. Catherine II, making an alchemy puppet, you get a gold mine. Catherine II, using her soul as the price, you get 300 years of life. The thickness of the account book was about 6 centimeters from the outside, but the actual number of pages was much more than what it looked like from the outside. It was like a book that was difficult to read. Therefore, even though Luocho had planned to read the account book since he came back from Romania, he had not really finished reading one of the more than 10 account books. Perhaps the book that he had picked out to read was only 1%, or even 1%, or even slower. However, if he searched, he could easily find the page he wanted. Since it was the creator of Yu Ye's body, Luocho was naturally curious. This Sophia, Miss Auguste, had made 3 transactions in her life. The first time she got the manuscript was probably the opportunity for her to become an alchemist. Later, Sophia became the first Tsar Empress in history. It took her 10 years to make an alchemy puppet, and she got a rich gold mine. Calculating the time, Russia seemed to be at a stage where the treasury was empty and there were internal and external troubles. The third time was 300 years of life. According to the spirit of the contract, the soul of the Tsar Empress would be collected after 300 years. Judging from the time Luocho was now, it would take at least 50 years. However, the Tsar Empress in history had died, but the 300 years given by the club was 300 years. A difference of 1 year, 1 month, 1 day, or even 1 second would not exist. Fake death. Luocho continued to read the rest of the account book. It indicated that the soul of Catherine II had not been collected yet. In other words, the former Tsar was still alive. Of course, since Catherine the Great was waiting to pay the transaction fee, if Luocho wanted to know her current location, he would have to pay the club a considerable discount. The discount proved that the club was indeed very generous in this regard. 3 days of lifespan has been successfully deducted. Catherine II is currently in Szczecin, Poland. Luocho subconsciously pinched his forehead. There was no need to force himself to figure out all the deals the club had made over the years. It was better to take things 1 step at a time. What he needed to do now was to realize long-distance teleportation and not just limit himself to this city. Although compared to the beginning, the distance of free teleportation had almost doubled. Yu Yi, number 9 hasn't returned yet, right? Luocho was a person who would return home on time. Currently, he was still spending the night at his home. Therefore, if Black Soul number 9 came back during this period, he wouldn't be in Pyeongjiang. And during this period, he didn't receive the information card from Black Soul number 9 from Yu Yi. Although the club didn't require Black Soul envoys to hand over the information to their customers within a specified time, Black Soul envoys were generally more diligent in order to achieve more achievements. For example, Taeyinzi. In fact, when Luocho saw Black Soul number 9 at the beginning, he felt that Black Soul number 9 was the type who was dedicated to developing his customers. But has he become more and more lazy recently? No. Yu Yi quickly replied, Master, do you need to call number 9 back? Number 9 is still in this city. Luocho thought for a while and said no. Well, I'll go and take a look. There was no new breakthrough in the matter of gospel. As the boss, it would be too low for him to go out to find his customers. Therefore, Luocho thought that it might be a good choice to go out and have a look. He smiled and said, Go with me. Anyway, you have nothing to do. The pet center was closed these 2 days, but Luo Dance didn't dare to be idle. The little butterfly monster had a feeling that she was a freeloader. Today, she cleaned the pet center inside and out as usual, standing barefoot on the new floor, which was so bright that she could even see her own appearance. Luo Dance grabbed the mop with one hand and touched the scar on her forehead with the other. A sense of achievement arose spontaneously. Luo Dance decided to drink 3 boxes of milk to reward herself. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, there was a sound of something falling on the ground. The sound came from the medical room inside. Thinking that the girl in black, who suddenly appeared that day, was sleeping there, Luo Dance hurriedly ran over barefoot. In the medical room, Su Zijuan, who was wearing a black dress, fell on the ground at this time. She grabbed the edge of the operating bed, which was originally used to operate on small animals, and was now temporarily used as her bed. It seemed that she was going to stand up. The things that fell were probably the tools on the shelf next to the operating table when she turned over. Ah, what's wrong with you? You shouldn't be able to get out of bed. Luo Dance quickly ran to Su Zijuan, holding her arm and helping her to sit on the operating table again. Who are you? Luo Dance couldn't see the dark red pupils of that day. What she saw now was only the black and white eyes of this girl. I'm Luo Dance. Now I'm Sister Long's assistant. Sister Long? Luo Dance opened her watery eyes and said, Sister Long is Long Shraw. You shouldn't know each other, right? Tut, it turns out that you're the new servant of that old woman. The girl didn't smile, with an indescribable indifference on her pale face. Little Butterfly, who didn't know how to deal with this kind of person, didn't know what to say now. Maybe Sister Long would go crazy if she heard the words, old woman. She still remembered that not long ago, an anti-cat demon had brought her son over. That little cat demon had cried and begged the old witch not to take the injection and asked her to leave faster. Sister Long's face had turned black. Anyway, that little cat demon had crawled away with tears and snot all over his face. He had said something about never coming back again. But at this moment, Su Zijuan suddenly pulled Luo Dance in front of her and started to sniff the little butterfly monster's neck. She felt a little itchy and wanted to push it away, but she was afraid that she would hurt Luo Dance. After all, Luo Dance was seriously injured and just woke up, so little butterfly didn't know how to deal with it. But at this moment, Su Zijuan suddenly reached out and grabbed Luo Dance's breasts, kneading them with her 5 fingers. Well, what are you doing? Su Zijuan didn't need it for too long and let it go at once. A red light flashed in her eyes, but she said with disgust, You're too young, I'm not interested. Wait for another 200 years. Was she going to eat me just now? Little Butterfly, suddenly felt a chill on her back and cold sweat began to come out. She felt that her body was soft and she saw stars. She also felt that she was going to faint. Su Zijuan suddenly pulled her skirt a little, exposing her white legs. She pointed at several small holes on the inner side of her legs and said, "There's still half a bottle of blood, and the syringe has the smell of blood. Long Shiro's hand is not so bad. Did you do that?" Aye. It's my first time." "Tut, so what about the first time?" Su Zijuan snorted. "Do you want me to thank you for injecting such inferior blood into my body?" "I didn't." Chapter 158. Genius 1, Second, Remember Love, Go, /small. Shua, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Botanical Garden in the City. Long Shua was squatting in front of several pots of bellflower, carefully collecting the leaves while muttering, "What the hell is the gardener doing? If it goes on like this, will I have to go to other provinces to collect herbs next time? The bellflower has lost its spirituality." Of course, it was just a verbal statement. In the city, it was rare to find this kind of bellflower. Long Shura sighed. The pollution in the world was too serious. If she wanted to find the real spirituality of flowers or herbs, she could only go deep into the primitive forest. Go back early. Long Shirwa frowned when she thought of this. She looked ahead, and her pupils contracted slightly. At the same time, her vision began to expand rapidly, crossing a row of white birch trees. In this world, all kinds of monsters and monsters come out. He kept snapping his fingers, twisting his body and grabbing his crotch, doing a nondescript mechanical dance. Tei Yinzi, who admitted that he had been brainwashed by rock and roll, couldn't stop. Of course, the process of looking for a potential customer was often accompanied by boredom. Anyway, ordinary people couldn't see the existence of Black Soul. "Oh, just beat it, even in the botanical garden," which didn't match. Tei Yinzi, who thought he had a young heart, couldn't stop dancing crazily at this time. Of course, the work of looking for a potential customer was also in progress. Tei Yinzi was looking for a breakthrough point to induce this guy who he had been following for a few days. "Oh, just beat it. Well, when did a woman come out?" Tei Yinzi was stunned, thinking whether he was too carried away. Of course, in this place for tourists, it was not surprising that someone suddenly appeared. But it was a bit strange. There was no way to feel the fluctuation of this woman's soul. Tei Yinzi frowned, but after getting used to this kind of dance, he really couldn't stop. Tei Yinzi swayed his hips while clapping. He glanced at the new customer who had already sat down and began to move to the side of the woman who appeared out of nowhere. Front and back, left and right, he clapped his hands. Strange, what's wrong with this woman? Tei Yinzi, who had circled around this woman for a few times, finally stopped standing in front of this woman. He finally became serious. But he looked at this short-haired woman. Well, such a delicate face, even compared to the black-hearted maid in the club in Tei Yinzi's eyes. Tei Yinzi began to feel strange. He looked at this woman, who was standing still. She didn't seem to be waiting for someone or playing with her mobile phone. She just looked at him as if she could see him. Tei Yinzi frowned again, stretched out his hand, and waved in front of this woman. Still no response. Strange. "You idiot, have you played enough?" Suddenly, the woman slowly opened her mouth. Tei Yinzi gave a start, subconsciously looked around, then frowned. "You can see this poor Taoist." The woman sneered and said, "Who else could it be other than an idiot like you?" Tei Yinzi opened his mouth, then took 2 steps back, distancing himself from this woman. Although he had become younger recently, he had never forgotten the time when he was walking in the Jianghu 500 years ago. Since she could see the existence of Black Soul, naturally she wasn't an ordinary person. No wonder he couldn't feel the fluctuation of this woman's soul. "Who are you?" Tei Yinzi asked cautiously. "I should be the one asking who you are." The woman said coldly, "You sneaky pervert. Why are you following behind that mother and daughter? And you even call yourself this poor Taoist?" You're neither a human nor a ghost, with no yang qi and no yin qi. Where did you come from? Do you think this old Taoist was willing to become like this? Speaking of this, he got angry. If he had known that after becoming Black Soul, he would have lost all his previous magical power, and even if he used up all his strength, it would be like farting, and he would even be at the bottom of the club, at the mercy of others. He would rather continue to be trapped in the white jade plate. Tei Inzi's resentment had been stored for a long time. Now he met a woman who spoke ill of him. How could he let her go? This woman's tone was so similar to Qin Chiyu's. Thinking of that bitch who had trapped him for 500 years, Tei Inzi was even angrier. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Tei Inzi sneered, when I was all-powerful, you weren't even born yet. The woman sneered disdainfully. This was simply like a demon in his heart. This old ghost was framed by this woman. Seeing this woman's disdainful sneer, he thought of that bitch Qin Chiyu's hateful face again. If I don't show you my power, I'm not Tei Inzi. Surrounded by black gas, Tei Inzi's face became extremely ferocious. Anyhow, he had completed Juga Psong's business once. Tei Inzi, who felt powerless, immediately used this first achievement to improve his ability. At least the next time he met Qin Chiyu, he didn't need to hold all his strength. It was just a breath. Just right. I can use you to test my current ability. Tei Inzi turned into a puff of black smoke and transformed into a black smoke dragon. He let out a ferocious laugh and rolled onto this woman in an instant. Little girl, Grandpa Dao will help your family to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know what etiquette is. Sure. That short-haired woman snorted and said indifferently, I also want to see what ability you have to help my family to teach me. Long Shirua. This name sounded a bit familiar. Tei Inzi didn't recall it at once. But at this moment, a terrifying force that made him tremble suddenly came from this short-haired woman. The smoke that turned into a black dragon was torn into several pieces in an instant. Tei Inzi was bounced back and returned to his original appearance. He fell on the ground, and his body became faintly discernible. Long Shirua, Long Shirua. Suddenly, Tei Inzi's face changed dramatically, and he said unbelievably, Tell me, what do you want to do by following this mother and daughter stealthily? Evil Taoist. Seeing Long Shirua take a step forward, Tei Inzi didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a puff of black smoke and immediately drifted into the sky. This old Taoist is so miserable. How come I can meet this legendary horrible guy just by strolling around? Without saying anything, Tei Inzi thought of retreating and hiding in the club. Grandpa Taoist, don't you want to teach me a lesson? Where are you going? Ah, in a flash, she had caught up with him. Opening the door of the club, Luocho glanced at Yu Yi, who had changed into jeans and a short-sleeved shirt. As expected, she still liked to wear different clothes. But this was indeed a veritable clothes hanger. No matter what kind of clothes she wore, she could wear it with an unexpected effect. Don't hang the clothes sign. It's convenient to come back. Luocho looked at Yu Yi and said, Miss Servant Girl naturally turned the clothes sign back to the open side obediently. Luocho smiled and casually glanced at the window of the club, looking at the red ball on a small shelf. This ball didn't look out of place among the original weird collections. Master, help me. At this moment, Boss Luo suddenly heard Tei Inzi's voice. He looked back, only to see a black shadow falling from the sky and landing in front of him. After rolling on the ground for a few times, it awkwardly stopped. Almost at this moment, an extremely beautiful, short-haired woman appeared at the door of the club. Without saying anything, this short-haired woman stretched out her hand to catch Tei Inzi. At the same time, Yu Yi, who was beside Luocho, stepped forward, drawing a half-arc made of black flames in front of Luocho. As a full-time servant of the club, she naturally wouldn't let anyone get close to her master easily, let alone this kind of person who obviously used her strength. At this moment, After the short-haired woman's palm touched the black smoke, her body suddenly stopped, and she somersaulted backwards, falling 2 meters away. The short-haired woman frowned, looking at her hand, which was still burning after touching the black flame. A golden light flashed in her eyes, and the black flame on her hand was extinguished. Chapter 159. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second / Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tae Inzi quickly got up from the ground. Old Ghost's expression darkened, but he understood the meaning of preconceived notions. He quickly complained to the club boss. "Master, I've been looking for a target diligently, but I didn't expect this woman, to cause trouble. She chased me here and threatened to kill me." Listening to Tae Inzi's emotional words, Luochio had to take a good look at the short-haired woman in front of him. If someone intended to sabotage the club's transaction process, it would be tantamount to offending the club's most fundamental thing. The severity of such a matter was even greater than someone directly harming the club's boss. To put it simply, harming a country's leader was similar to harming the foundation of a country. However, to be able to extinguish Ye's black flames, this short-haired woman's background was probably not simple. However, Tae Inzi was cunning by nature, and Luochio didn't intend to just listen to his words. The club was a place to do business. This short-haired woman, who didn't look like much, might become a big boss in the future. "This is a newcomer to our shop." Luochio was the first to speak. "There are many rules that you don't understand. If he offended Miss, I will teach him a lesson later. However, this is our shop after all. I hope this young lady can keep the peace." Long Shirua first looked at Luochio, then at Yi. Finally, she looked up at the entrance of the club and suddenly said, "I was wondering where this thing that looks neither human nor ghost came from. It turns out that it's a puppet produced in this place. I heard this evil priest call you master. Are you the boss here?" Luochio nodded calmly. Long Shirua frowned. "I don't remember the owner of this place looking like you." Luochio had always believed in Ye's memory. Miss Maid's ability lay in the fact that if there was any situation, she would respond immediately. At this moment, Yi didn't have any impression of this short-haired woman. She might be a guest before Yi was born, like Chin Chiyu. "Miss, so you're a customer of our restaurant," Luochio said seriously. Long Shirua said, "I don't know what happened here, but you actually changed the boss. Love, go, little, say, but I once heard that 100 years ago you were besieged and beaten by a group of lunatics in the West, and then disappeared without a trace. I thought you had been uprooted, but I didn't expect you to rise from the ashes and change people. That part of history should be what Yi had mentioned before. It should be about the freedom of those people who used the banner of justice." Luochio was about to speak. Long Shirua spoke again. "Since this demon is a puppet of your place, I'll have to trouble you to restrain him. You open the door to do business, and since it's a voluntary business, you'd better control these puppets. If you behave well, I won't care about those guys who are driven by desire. That's all I have to say." After saying that, Long Shirua stepped back. After this step, she directly returned to the commercial street among the crowd. Luochio didn't say a word, but pushed open the door, returning to the club. The attentive Miss Maid came with a glass of ice water at this moment. Luochio shook his head, pushing it aside. Then he looked at Tae Inzi, who had been silent, waving his hand, pointing to the chair in front of him. "Sit down." Tae Inzi trembled, bracing himself to sit in front of Luochio. But this old Taoist only dared to sit on the edge of the chair and was very upright. "Tell me the whole story from the beginning to the end." Tae Inzi had to tell it from the beginning. And in the end he said, "Master, this old Taoist has already introduced himself, but that woman still dared to come all the way here, stepping on our door. She's really too much." Luochio drank a mouthful of ice water, saying indifferently, "You know who that woman is, right?" "This Taeinzi's eyes wandered for a moment, only feeling a chill down his spine. That was the eyes of the club's miss. Taeinzi trembled instinctively, saying quickly, "That woman is called Long Shua. This old Taoist only asked for her name, but didn't see her face. There are many legends about her. Some say she's the king standing on top of all monsters. Some speculate that she may be the descendant of the oldest and purest Shinryu." Luochio said expressionlessly, "That's all." Taeinzi hesitated. There was a rule in this old Taoist era that monsters and Taoists should stay out of each other's way. If the monster didn't do anything wrong, no Taoist was allowed to attack the monster without permission under the slogan of eliminating the monster. This rule was said to be set by Long Shua. This old Taoist was exiled. When this old Taoist walked the Jianghu, this old Taoist really didn't encounter a situation where people of my generation killed monsters indiscriminately. Luochio suddenly said, "She called herself the guardian of monsters?" Taeinzi shook his head. "This old Taoist doesn't know, but there's another rule for monsters. If monsters don't live a good life and randomly cause chaos in the world, they should all be killed." It said that this was also set by her. So this old Taoist doesn't know what her position is. Why does it sound like the guardian of order? Well, Luochio nodded, then stood up and looked at Taeinzi. "You're injured. You'll recover faster if you stay here." He then turned to Yu Yi and said, "I'll go down to the first floor and have a look. I won't go out today." Taeinzi tried to make himself look natural. Natural my ass. This 500-year-old ghost always felt that this servant girl was much more difficult to deal with than the owner of his club. At this moment, Yu Yi came out from the counter, holding a cup full of strange purple liquid in her hand, and put it in front of Taeinzi. "Drink it, you'll recover faster." A strong desire drove Taeinzi to hold the cup subconsciously, smelling the strange purple liquid, and suddenly felt a burst of refreshing and comfortable. He practically poured the contents of the cup into his mouth. It was as if his entire body was bathed in a shower of rain. Unexpectedly, Yu Yi suddenly said, "Your last performance has been used to improve your ability, so your performance is 0. This cup of Requiem tea can be exchanged with 20 years of service. I'll tell the owner later." Taeinzi gave a start. His hands became stiff, and he didn't swallow the so-called Requiem tea into his stomach, but left it in his mouth, waiting for it to become moldy. What a black-hearted bitch. Besides, Yu Yi suddenly said in a low voice, "As a newcomer, your first performance is actually not bad. Although it was a lucky hit, as long as you work hard, there will be a day when you become stronger. Qin Chu won't stay here for too long, so you should work hard." As if his mind was completely seen through, Taeinzi suddenly felt cold all over, silently listening to the servant girl's teaching. "So you just need to work hard," Yu Yi said indifferently. "Don't think about those meaningless things. For example, secretly provoking the conflict between the owner and the troublemakers, thinking that someone can really destroy this place so as to take advantage and gain freedom. That's totally unacceptable." "Miss Yu Yi, you're joking. I don't dare," Taeinzi said with a serious face. "I'm loyal to the owner. The sun and the moon can be my witness." "That's the best." The servant girl revealed a faint smile, whispering in Taeinzi's ear, "Remember what you said." An oil lamp was lit. In the basement of the club, there was an unusually old wooden desk. Luochio felt that staying in this place occasionally was actually very interesting. When Yu Yi came down with the tea, Luochio was resting with his eyes closed. After hearing the footsteps, Luochio whispered, "Taeinzi finished beating." The servant girl walked to Luochio and whispered, "He will become honest next. Master, please rest assured." Luochio opened his eyes. "Don't you feel wrong to play the bad guy every time?" Yu Yi smiled. "If the Black Soul Envoy doesn't like me and becomes more loyal and wants to please the owner more, that's what Yu Yi wants to see." Luochio was silent for a while, suddenly said, "I didn't find the transaction record of Long Shou, But from what she said, it's clear that she came here before you came here. But thinking about it, what she said can be regarded as the golden rule by monsters and monks. Probably, there's nothing that she can't get. Yu Yi whispered, "It's this kind of seemingly indifferent strength that will probably become an extremely precious customer once desire arises." Luocho didn't comment and suddenly asked, "Is Long Shiroa really powerful?" Yu Yi said indifferently, "If Yu Yi doesn't care about the loss, I can kill her." Luocho was silent for a while. "To what extent?" "Probably, I won't have the opportunity to serve the owner." Yu Yi smiled. "But the owner doesn't need to worry. If Long Shiroa really has evil intentions, just wake up the Black Soul envoys who are on vacation." She grabbed Luocho's palm with both hands and said softly, "Yu Yi doesn't want to lose the opportunity to serve the owner." The burning feeling was still very heavy, even after the black flame on her palm was extinguished. This was the processing area of a chain store of a white-haired grandpa who sold fried chicken. Long Shiroa frowned and put her palm into the ice machine. The huge box of ice cubes was melting at a rapid speed. "What kind of joke is this? 100 years ago, those old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the West, could they really cripple me?" Long Shiroa muttered to herself, and then frowned again, shaking her palm. "It hurts," until the ice in the ice machine completely melted. Long Shiroa was willing to pull out her hand. Looking at her red palm, she began to worry about how much hand cream she needed to apply to recover it. She shook her head and sighed. Her good mood suddenly disappeared, and she returned to her pet center with an unhappy face. Chapter 160. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. In the lobby on the 13th floor of the hotel, the specially hired orchestra was rehearsing for the performance a few days later. As the person in charge of the banquet, Miss Zhang Qingrui of the Zhang family was meticulously looking at the layout of the venue. Zhang Qingrui didn't want to make any mistakes on old Lady Zhang's 80th birthday. However, even though it was her 80th birthday, her grandmother, who didn't like this kind of extravagance, suddenly held such a banquet and invited many celebrities, which made Zhang Qingrui confused. But this confusion didn't dilute the joy in Miss Zhang's heart. How many people could live to 80 years old? Her grandmother was still healthy at 80 years old. Wasn't it something to be happy about? The orchestra stopped at this moment. The conductor put down the baton, walking to Zhang Qingrui with a smile. The conductor in a tuxedo was in his early 50s. In fact, he was also a guest of Guyu Zhai. Obviously, it was because of her grandmother that they could invite this conductor. "Thank you, Uncle Fong." Zhang Qingrui smiled. "That day, it must be a wonderful banquet." Fong Ruchang also smiled. "Well, it's my honor to perform for old Lady Zhang's banquet tomorrow." "Well, Jipping, come here." At this moment, Fong Ruchang was looking for a violinist in the band. This was a handsome young man, walking slowly like a gentleman. Fong Ruchang said, "Let me introduce. This is Fong Jipping, my son, and this is Miss Zhang Qingrui of the Zhang family." Fong Jipping played the violin since he was a child, and now he was a violinist in his father's band. The band had participated in many performances these years, so it had a good reputation. Fong Jipping had been in touch with the upper class since he was a child, so his speech and manners were natural and elegant. "Hello, Miss Zhang." Fong Jipping smiled slightly, and even his sincere hello was much better than any compliment. He slowly reached out his hand. Zhang Qingrui reached out and shook Fong Jipping's fingers. "Hello." After a brief handshake, Zhang Qingrui said softly, "It's true that a good teacher produces a good student." Fong Jipping said indifferently, "You flatter me." "Well, Dad, I'll continue to pack. You and Miss Zhang continue to chat." In fact, Fong Jipping left after saying goodbye. Fong Ruchang smilingly looked at his son's departure, saying slowly, "Oh, this son is good at everything, but he's too dull." "Don't be offended. She was probably trying to introduce someone to him. Zhang Qingrui keeps her composure. She is clear about Feng Ruchang's plan, as long as she doesn't show her interest in him. She cleverly changed the topic and said, I heard that Uncle Feng is going to Belgium in a while. Hee, I do have such a plan. Feng Ruchang said proudly, This time I plan to take Jipping to attend the Queen Elizabeth International Violin Competition in Brussels, hoping he can get a good result. Well, Qing Rui also knows something about this. It seems that she also likes this kind of thing. I really can't be careless. I can't believe he managed to come back like this. And she changed from Miss Zhang to Qing Rui. Zhang Qingrui had some complaints in her heart, but she couldn't say anything. The upper class also had their own troubles. Her fingers, which had been holding the phone, slid imperceptibly. She knew how to set an alarm, and the sound of the alarm was exactly the same as the sound of an incoming call. Well, it was used at this time. The phone rang at this time. Sorry, I have to answer the phone. Zhang Qingrui said apologetically. Feng Ruchang said, It doesn't matter. It's old Lady Zhang's birthday. You are busy. After a few days of performance, I'll toast to old Lady Zhang in person. Zhang, Qingrui smiled, pretending to answer the phone, nodding and walking away from Feng Ruchang. After a while, Feng Ruchang walked to Feng Jipping's side, but his expression was not so kind. He looked at his son. Zhang Qingrui is pretty and generous. I heard that she doesn't have a boyfriend. Dad, I just want to practice the violin. Feng Jipping shook his head. Feng Ruchang said indifferently, Zhang family's financial resources are beyond your imagination. Though the competition is important, if you have the support of Zhang family, you can have a real chance to be successful in the world. You have a bright future, so you have to grasp it well. Feng Jipping suddenly felt agitated. I have someone I like. Feng Ruchang gave a start, then smiled. Is it that Miss Wang from last time? Or Miss Li? I saw you chatting well. No, Dad, don't make a wild guess. Feng Jipping said, I'll introduce her when the time comes. Feng Ruchang nodded. Okay. But remember, those women who are useless to you, forget about them. For you now, nothing is more important than the next competition. I know, Feng Jipping murmured. In the commercial street, in front of the cold drink shop, the boss was impatiently looking at an old woman with a dirty face. Go away! Don't block my business! You stink! How can I do business with you here? There were traces of mending all over her clothes, and she was a little hunchbacked. The old woman was carrying a big gray cloth bag. Although she was called an old woman, she seemed to be more than 60 years old. The old woman's eyes seemed to have some problems. Her eyes were white and cloudy. She reached out to touch the front and then approached the direction where the boss was talking. But she drew out a pile of crumpled white paper from the bag skillfully. It was black and white, with a half-body photo of a 4- or 5-year-old child printed on it. The old woman drew out a piece of paper with trembling hands, asking hopefully, Boss, have you seen this child? Go away, go away. If you want to find a lost child, go to the police station. This is a place for business. Go away, go away. Boss. Look, please take some time to have a look, I beg you. Go away, go away. She could only touch the wall and leave. She quietly and carefully put away the flyer and put it back into her bag. The old woman then took out a bamboo pole tied to her body and started to tap the ground while walking slowly to the next shop. She suffered from cataracts these years, and her eyesight had deteriorated to the extent that everything she saw was just a lump of things mixed together. Perhaps she would be completely blind soon. She went from one shop to another. Some kindly asked her to go to the police station. Some gave her some change, and some scolded her. But these were not what she wanted. She just wanted to hear that someone could know the news of the child on the leaflet. Even if it was just, I seem to have some impression, it would be good. Suddenly, she seemed to have touched a door. Perhaps it was a wooden door. A cool and refreshing aura came out, making her feel comfortable in this hot summer. Then there was a clear and melodious bell sound. Welcome, customer. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" It was the first time that the old woman heard such a polite and honorific voice. Unexpectedly, someone didn't dislike her for being dirty. Chapter 161. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the afternoon, because of the commotion caused by Luocio, who was not in the mood to go out, stayed in the club and read books for the whole afternoon. About before dinner in the evening, a new guest came to the club, an old woman in ragged clothes, carrying a large gray cloth bag and holding a thin bamboo pole. At first glance, Luocio looked a bit like a scavenger, but also like a wanderer. Her face was full of wind and frost and wrinkles, and her slightly hunched body looked very thin. "Yi, what's for dinner today?" "Fried duck breast with fragrant orange juice, French corn and mushroom soup, small bread." Luocio nodded and said, "The guest's teeth are not good. Get some soup and small bread." Of course, this conversation happened when the old woman was still standing in front of the door, and when the wind chime had just sounded. Seeing that the old woman had trouble walking, Luocio walked forward and helped her sit down. I don't have money." The old woman's voice was a little uneasy. She did not even think about spending money in this place. Although she could not see clearly what this place was for, she could still see that the person who helped her was dressed very neatly. And he was also very polite. Could it be a very high-class place? "Auntie, don't worry, we don't take money here." He felt that calling her Annie was more in line with the old woman's world. Luocio sat in front of the Annie. Yi moved quickly. At this moment, she had already used the dining car to push out a bowl of soup and a small basket of bread in front of the auntie. Her eyes could not see clearly, but her nose was still there. The auntie smelled a strong fragrance. She could not remember how long it had been since she smelled such a fragrance that made her mouth salivate. Probably many years ago, during the New Year, there was a table of reunion dinner. "What is this?" the auntie could not help but ask. Yi said softly, "Auntie, this is a thick soup made with truffles and corn. The bread was bought outside, but it was just baked today." This is all for me?" the aunt said in disbelief. I can't afford it." "Auntie, don't worry. Our boss invited you to eat." Yi smiled and said, "If it's not enough, there's more inside." "Big sister, big brother, thank you." The aunt thanked them gratefully. Perhaps he was really hungry. Although there were still a few steamed buns in the cloth bag, the aroma of the soup in front of her was irresistible. Luocio asked for a glass of water and watched the old woman drink the soup and bite the bread. After she finished all the food in front of her, the aunt said uneasily, "Big brother, I really don't have any money. I'm wandering around alone and can't go home. Nothing, just to entertain the guest." Luocio put down the glass and put his hand on the back of the aunt's hand on the table. In just an instant, the auntie withdrew her hand in horror, because in just a moment she understood what kind of place she was in. With things other than money, one could buy anything they wanted as long as they could afford to pay the price. But it was still unbelievable. At this time, Luocio waved his hand in front of the auntie's eyes and gently wiped them away. The cloudy eyeballs suddenly became clear. Feeling the clear sight that was already far away, the aunt touched her eyes with trembling hands. Her eyes suddenly became moist. My eyes, how could it be? Incredible! Incredible! She clearly saw the beautiful servant girl and the well-dressed club boss. Since she regained her sight, she didn't panic even when she saw the strange clothes of the club boss. The aunt looked at her hands subconsciously. It turned out that they were so old and rough. There was no dirt in the palm lines like a black line. However, her sight slowly became blurred again, as if all this was just a flash in the pan. My eyes. "It's an experience," Luocio said softly, "to let you know that we have the ability to do something you can't imagine. This is a place where people who need it can come." So, he stood up and stood in front of the auntie. He placed his hands in front of his chest and bowed slightly. Esteemed guest, may I ask if you need anything? The aunt almost didn't hesitate at this time. She quickly took out a flyer from the cloth bag and put it on the table. She smoothed the wrinkled flyer again and again with both hands, as if she was afraid of any wrinkles and corners. Hee. My son, can you help me find him? 20 years. He's been kidnapped for 20 years. I beg of you, help me find him. The aunt said, holding the table and kneeling on the ground. Big brother, no, you are immortals. I'm kowtowing to you here. I beg you, help me find my son. Luocho glanced at Yi. The sensible servant girl bent down to help the aunt up and sat back on the chair. Luocho said, Aunt, your name is Yongping. Your son disappeared 20 years ago. You have been looking for him for 20 years from your hometown in Hebei to the south. You only came home 3 times in 20 years. The last time was 7 years ago. You have cataracts and your body is not as good as before. Last year, you fell down on the roadside and were sent to the hospital by a kind person. The doctor said you had tuberculosis, right? Yes. The aunt kept nodding. There are so many people. If you want to find your son with only an old childhood photo, I'm afraid you can't find him in the rest of your time. This body with thousands of holes might not survive this year. I just want to find my son back. Yang Ping raised her head. In the past 20 years, there are many people like me who are looking for their sons and daughters. We met on the road. When we talked about our children, we couldn't help crying for a whole night. I saw too many desperate people give up. But I know, even if it's only a little chance, we are willing to do anything. So, no matter what I have to do, I just want to find my son back. I see. Luocho nodded. When the guest said her original intention, the old parchment had been unfolded in front of her. The only thing that the aunt could offer that could meet this requirement was this old and lonely soul. The melodious sound of a violin came from the small courtyard of a duplex apartment in the residential area. Even the fence and trees couldn't hurt the melodious sound. After dinner, Fong Jipping practiced playing the zither in his yard as usual. Suddenly the phone rang. Fong Jipping put down the violin in his hand, glancing at the caller ID and then at Fong Nia. Fong Ruchong was now sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper. Fong Jipping walked away, out of Fong Ruchong's sight. Then he picked up the phone, chatting with the girl on the other side of the phone. They had known each other for about a year at a concert. She was not his audience, but just a staff member of the concert hall. She was an ordinary girl who worked hard for her life. They shouldn't have any connection, but the string in Fong Jipping's heart was suddenly stirred. He had been dating the girl for more than half a year behind his family's back. Are you practicing the violin again? Yes. Have you got off work? Just got off. But I have a part-time job in a convenience store. Didn't I tell you not to work so hard? No way. If I don't work hard, I won't have enough money to go to Belgium next month to watch your competition. I want to sit in the first row as your audience. I told you I'll arrange it for you. We've reached an agreement. You only need to pay for my admission ticket. I have to rely on my own efforts to pay for the travel expenses. Skip this topic or I'll be angry. Okay. Fong Jipping shook his head helplessly, looking at the clear summer night sky, talking with the girl about some interesting things, hoping she wouldn't feel bored on the way. Outside the fence, Yang Ping, who was holding Luocho's arm, could only see a vague figure by the light in the room who seemed to be talking. Her eyes weren't good, but her ears could hear more things these years. The aunt suddenly tightened her grip on Luocho's arm. Is he really my son? Is he talking? Chapter 162. A genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fong Jipping had the habit of running late. Of course, it started half a year ago. Of course, exercising was just an excuse. More importantly, it was to be able to chat more freely with the girl he liked. He felt that it was ridiculous that many rich families would dress up their daughters and then marry into a better family. But Fong Jipping knew that it was also applicable to him. He knew that his father Fong Ruchong was a very greedy person since a long time ago. Fong Ruchong had been building his reputation for decades. Now he had a reputation, but he didn't have enough wealth. Now Fong Ruchong planned to make his son a famous violinist, probably for a good marriage in the future. What a snobbish guy. But Fong Jipping had told himself a long time ago that he didn't seem to be qualified to comment on Fong Ruchong. He always found various excuses for himself and never had the courage to introduce the hard-working girl to his family. Well, be careful. Don't be too tired from work. After hanging up the call with his girlfriend, Fong Jipping walked on the road of the community alone. He laughed self-deprecatingly, but secretly made up his mind. After he became famous, he must bring this hard-working girl into his family. He didn't want to be a puppet anymore. Dong dong, dong dong. Suddenly, Fong Jipping heard some sounds. These sounds were so familiar. He suddenly stopped and chased after the voice that was buried in the depths of his memories. He found the source of this sound not far from his house. Under the streetlight, there was a bent figure who should be an ant, like a scavenger. The dong-dong sound came from a small rattle drum in the ant's hand. The sound made by the shaking rattle drum made Fong Jipping walk forward subconsciously. Under the streetlight, his eyes were almost attracted by this rattle drum. In his memory, he also had such a rattle drum. Fong Jipping recovered from his meditation, finding that the ant holding the rattle drum was staring at him without blinking. The white, turbid eyes looked scary under the streetlight at night, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to be able to hide the shadows. He stepped back subconsciously. At this moment, the auntie called out cautiously, "Baby tiger!" Fong Jipping's face slightly changed, blurting out, "How do you know this name?" "Hua." The aunt suddenly stepped forward excitedly, grabbing Fong Jipping's hand, saying in a hoarse voice, "Hua, it's me. I'm your mother." "Mother!" Fong Jipping suddenly quivered, pushing the aunt's hand away, saying hurriedly, "I don't know what you are talking about." "Hua, I'm really your mother. Have you forgotten? When you were young, you loved to eat the popsicles sold at the village entrance the most. Whenever summer came, you would yell about wanting to eat them. As for you, there was one time when you yelled and rolled on the ground. The back of your head even hit a rock and left a scar. Touch the back of your head. Hua, I've been looking for you for so many years. Finally, I found you." Fong Jipping suddenly took a deep breath, stepping back. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not Hua, and I don't know you. If you want to find your son, go somewhere else." Saying this, Fong Jipping turned around and walked away quickly. The ant behind him seemed to be very nervous and anxious, hurriedly following him. But she couldn't walk fast because of her old illness. She staggered and fell to the ground after a few steps, hearing the painful groan. Fong Jipping turned back, subconsciously. He looked at the ant sitting on the ground, gritting his teeth, walking over quickly, taking out his wallet and taking out all the cash, putting it in the ant's hand. "Go away, I'm really not your son." Before the ant could speak, Fong Jipping turned around and left quickly. "Hua, Hua, Hua." He didn't stop. Only the cold street lamp accompanied her. Just like the past 20 years, she sat alone and helpless on the road again. The ant lowered her head, holding the rattle drum in her hand, sobbing in a low voice. "Do you want to drink water? I remember you only drank some soup and didn't drink any water." Under the street lamp, Luoqiu unscrewed the bottle for the ant and gave it to her hand. The ant trembled as she held the water bottle. She didn't say anything and just sat there quietly. After a long time, the ant's emotions seemed to have calmed down. She raised her head and an ugly smile appeared on her sad face. "Big brother, thank you. I really found my son. He's really Hua, he didn't admit it. I know it's him." He didn't intend to admit it. Luoqiu, who was observing aside, naturally saw Fong Jipping's reaction. The ant smiled bitterly. "Big brother, for so many years I've been thinking if one day I find my son, what should I say to him? I think about it every day and night. I think about it when I'm eating. I think about it when I'm having a fever. I think about it when I'm dreaming. Those kidnappers deserve to be hacked to death. But I deserve to die even more." The woman said with tears in her eyes, "Hua must hate me. That year, if I didn't like to gamble and forget everything when I started gambling, how could I have lost him? I still remember that day. I threw myself into the stall, thinking it would be fine in my own village if I thought it was troublesome to leave him outside. I know he must hate me. Such a young child was kidnapped." The ant cried bitterly, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die all these years. My heart is like being cut by a knife day by day. If he doesn't admit me, I can't blame him." Luaccio glanced at the corner of the path. A shadow flashed by. He knew Fong Jipping hadn't gone far, he was just hiding. Luaccio didn't intend to point it out, but now he helped the ant up from the ground. "Let's call it a night, Ant. I'll find a place for you to rest." The ant was stunned. "Big brother, why are you still helping me? You found my son." Luaccio said indifferently, "We found him, but not his heart. Our work is not finished." Sebeditor carried 2 boxes of gluten and carrots, as well as several bottles of beer, going up the stairs of the old building. Not long after, she rang the doorbell. "Yiyen, Yiyen! Little Yezi! It's me. Open the door, I'll treat you to supper." After work, she suddenly remembered that Yiyen was still squatting here to monitor King Kong, although he had promised not to interfere. But thinking that he was here to deliver supper, this was a form of consolation. A form of consolation. But there was no response after she rang the door for a while. Ren Xiling couldn't help being stunned. "This guy, has he gone out?" Ren Xiling took out her mobile phone. Sebeditor felt that she came here in vain and wasted her feelings. She leaned against the door, planning to call Yiyen. Unexpectedly, when she leaned down, the door suddenly opened and Ren Xiling, who was caught off guard, rushed in. "The number you have dialed is powered off." Hearing the faint sound of the mobile phone, Ren Xiling got up, rubbing the place where she fell. She touched the switch by the door and turned on the light. "Is there a war?" However, he saw that the room was in chaos. As for the surveillance equipment, they had all disappeared. Ren Xiling was stunned, subconsciously pulling the door lock, and the marble lock fell down from the door. Chapter 163. Genius 1 Second to Remember Love /go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There are no traces of fighting here. Judging from the lock, Yen may be in trouble. Sir Ma frowned when he saw the environment in the room. He received a call from Ren Xiling in the evening, so he hurried over. "Old Ma, don't you want to think of a way?" Ma Howd walked to the window and looked at the situation on the street, suddenly saying, "You said he was monitoring the people in the opposite building, right?" "Yes, he was the bodyguard of Lin Gang, the boss of Heaven's Shadow Entertainment. I don't know the details. Because they were 2 different systems, Ren Xiling could only choose to keep some information. But the 3 of them had a close relationship, so it was unreasonable to say nothing." Ma Howd nodded. "Yiyen is a very outstanding person. He won't let anything happen to him easily. But since this happened here and he can't find him now, we can't rule out that he is in danger." Speaking of this, Ma Howd's face suddenly became serious. "I have to tell you something. You'd better calm down." "Say it." Ren Xiling was also quite straightforward. Ma Howd took a deep breath and said, "I also received the news today. It's from Lyon in France. According to them, Yiyen was expelled by the Interpol last month, and he was put on the wanted list. They found his exit record and knew that Yiyen was born here, so they informed us immediately, hoping that we can pay more attention to it." "What?" Ren Xiling was stunned, saying incredulously, "How is that possible? What did Yiyen do?" Ma Howd smiled bitterly and said, "If I knew, I wouldn't be so clueless. To be honest, when I heard the news, I directly threw the phone. But they said it was their internal secret. Of course, they have no right to mobilize us. They just want to cooperate. To be honest, before I came here, I've been looking for Yi Yen the whole day. I didn't expect that he might have gone missing. I'll look for him too, Rin Xiling said. If Yi Yen is still in the city, I'll be able to find him. However, Mahoud said, don't get involved in this matter. I'm afraid it involves more than what is on the surface. I was a member of the system, and I had Leon's request. It was much easier for me to take action, and it was much more justifiable. Wait for my news. I don't care about other people, but old Ye's business isn't anyone else's business. Ren Xiling said angrily, he's a wanted man. Ma Hao knew that it was impossible for him to persuade the other party, so he could only take a step back and say, then promise me that we will both look for it. No matter what, if you find it first, you must inform me immediately. Next, I have to be the one to contact him. This matter may cause international problems. You really can't be willful. Ren Xiling nodded. I'm not stupid. I still want to live my own life. I know what to do. Ma Haud also knew that Rin Xiling was a woman of her word. So he let out a sigh of relief. Well, don't let Luocho know about this matter. Besides his father, Yi Yan is the person he admires most. I don't want this kid to be unhappy. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm more nervous than you. Let's get out of here first. Ma Haud quickly said, if someone has been here before, they might come again. Don't come up to this house these days. I'll inform you if there's any news. Okay. Fang Jiping returned home with a lot of worries. It should be much later than usual, but at this moment, Fang Ruchang was still sitting in the living room, reading the newspaper. Fang Jiping didn't intend to talk with Fang Ruchang, walking back to his room with his head lowered. Much later than usual. What did you do? Unexpectedly, Fang Ruchang suddenly asked. Fang Jiping turned around, only to find Fang Ruchang was still reading the newspaper, so he said, Nothing, I just stayed outside for a while, thinking about something. Fang Ruchang didn't raise his head, saying indifferently, It's good to think about something. You'd better think clearly. Now, the most important thing for you is the competition. Don't let those unimportant things affect you. I know. Fang Jiping nodded. I'll go back to my room first. Go ahead. Have an early rest. Fang Ruchang continued reading the newspaper. After returning to his room, Fang Jiping was a little agitated. He walked to his wardrobe, taking out a small box from the innermost part of the wardrobe. Opening the box, there was an old rattle drum inside. Fang Jiping took out the small drum, holding it in his hand, staring blankly. Mom, where are you? I'm so scared. Who was so scared? Woo-woo. Shut up. I'll beat you to death. Shut up, you little brat. I'm hungry, little bastard. If you don't beg enough money today, don't think about eating. If you don't beg enough tomorrow, I'll break your hand. Just like the one beside you. After breaking his leg, he'll make more money. No. From today on, you're my son, my biological son. Do you understand? I'll give you the best food, the best clothes, and the best education. But there's only one requirement, that is, you can't mention to others that you're adopted by me. Remember, I can give you everything, and I can also take everything back, leaving you with nothing. I know. Fang Jiping held the rattle drum in his hand tightly. The memories that were already blurred and fading away suddenly became clear tonight. Yesterday's scenes replayed in his mind one after another. Why didn't she come out? I shouted until my throat was hoarse. Is gambling more important than my child? Fang Jiping muttered to himself, pinching his eyebrows, sitting on the chair with mixed feelings. Yang Ping's aunt's ID card had even expired, but for the current Luocho, it was not difficult to get a room for the aunt in the hotel. At the age of 13, Fang Jiping won the 3rd place in the National Youth Violin Competition. At the age of 15, at the age of 16, the aunt listened carefully to Luocho's voice. Luocho's words. She heard her son's every pass to her heart. She didn't dare to say a word, let alone talk, because she was afraid that once she interjected, she would not only interrupt his words, but also the things she could remember. While listening, the aunt closed her eyes, lying on the bed and falling asleep. In the opinion of Miss Servant Girl, covering the quilt should not be done by her master. So Miss Servant Girl gently lifted the aunt's feet and put them down. At the side, Luocha was opening the big gray cloth bag that Yang Ping always carried with her. A pile of crumpled leaflets, which were not only crumpled, but also wet by the rain. There were several steamed buns in the red plastic bag. One was bitten, the other was sour. A small pot of white rice, a big stainless steel cup, and 3 sets of clothes. 2 were for adults. One was thin, the other was thick. The third was for children. A spoon, a small bottle of medicine with a few pills left, a pair of worn-out cloth shoes. There was also an embroidered purse, which was filled with loose money, a few cents, a few yuan, a piece of 10 yuan. There was a plastic comb with missing teeth and a palm-sized blurry but cracked mirror. The mobile phone was a model from a long time ago, which could not be turned on. Some medical records. A small notebook, which was also wet with water, had many phone numbers and addresses written on it. Chapter 164. Genius 1, second, remember love, go, /small. It provides you with wonderful novels to read. Old Town. Luocha, who hadn't come back for a while, got up early this morning and came to this place. Old Chen's bun shop was not as crowded as usual. Old Chen and his wife were not here. It seemed that the tea here was a little cold. When Luocha came, Chun Yu was kneading dough on the bun table alone. A new auntie was hired to serve the customers. Luocha sat back in his usual position. Chun Yu stopped after kneading a ball of dough and wiped his sweat. When he saw Luocha had been sitting for about 10 minutes. Chun Yu, who had inherited the bun shop, came out with a small teapot with a smile. There was a rolled-up white towel hanging around his neck, just like old Chin. Chun Yojio greeted him and sat down. He was quiet at first, but later he talked more and more, talking about things after old Chin passed away. It's amazing. Chun Yojio shook his head and sighed. The doctor said that my parents passed away peacefully. They were the kind of people who naturally walked to the end of their lives. I was thinking that when I went home for dinner that night and took my wife and children with me, did my dad already feel it, so he took out the real estate certificate and gave it to me? Speaking of this, Chun Yu was particularly sad. At this time, the new aunt brought a basket of freshly steamed buns. Luocha picked up one and broke it open. The fresh meat filling gave off an appetizing aroma. After the white flour evaporated, there was a sense of fullness unique to this old shop. The bun is still here. Luocha took a bite. The taste is still there. Chen Yu belonged to the kind of honest people. At this time he smiled and said, "Yes, my dad only had a generation of repeat customers after a lifetime of business. In the time to come, I will have my own generation." Chin Yoju looked at the guest hall, which was far less lively than before, but at least half of the seats were still occupied. With a satisfied smile, he said happily, "2 days ago, my son told me that he would learn how to make steamed buns from me during the summer vacation." Generation after generation, the torch was passed down. It was good that it could be passed down. "Big brother Chin, I'll pack 2 baskets." Luocha smiled and said, "It's for my guests." Chin Yu said happily, "Don't worry. I guarantee there will be a lot of stuffing." It would take at least an hour to travel from the old town to a hotel in the city with a steaming bun. The reason why the steam was still as hot as when it was first released was naturally because Boss Luo had basically abandoned all means of transportation. The room was very tidy. Even the quilt was folded neatly and placed in the middle of the bed. This room was not checked out, but the grayish-white cloth bag was gone, and so was the bamboo pole. Naturally, the Ani was not here either. Luocha could roughly guess where it was. The car drove out of the gate of the community. Fong Jipping, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing an old woman sitting at the parterre outside the community, rubbing her legs. Seeing that the car didn't drive according to the lane, Fong Ruchang couldn't help frowning. Jipping, concentrate on driving. Fong Jipping turned back, subconsciously driving into the normal lane. What are you thinking about? Fong Ruchang couldn't help asking curiously. Fong Jipping said slowly, Nothing, I was just thinking about the performance. Well, there are 2 bars that I should be able to do better. Fong Ruchang didn't seem to doubt it. He nodded, closing his eyes and sitting quietly on the co-pilot seat. After the car left, the auntie stood up while touching the bamboo pole. She had poor eyesight, but at least she could see the position of the security booth at the gate. The auntie walked to the security booth. The security guard inside opened the door and walked out. Probably he couldn't harden his heart to see such an old woman. Auntie, what are you doing here? You can't enter if you're not a resident. The auntie shook her head. Big brother, do you hire people here? The security guard gave a start. Of course, being a security guard was a very boring job, so he started to talk with patience. Auntie, you? What kind of job do you think you can find? Weeding and sweeping the floor, I can still do it. The aunt said kindly, I don't want money and I don't want a place to live. Just let me have a meal here. The security guard shook his head. I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm not in charge of human affairs. I mean, you look too old and inconvenient, so I don't think we'll hire you. Big brother, help me, I really need a job, please. Seeing this auntie suddenly kneeling on the ground and begging pitifully, the little security guard's heart was moved, and he couldn't help but feel awkward. Can you get up first? Alas, I'll ask for you. We do need some cleaning aunties here, but I can't tell if you'll be hired. After all, you do look. I know. 3 meals a day. No, 2 meals will do, 1 meal will do. I don't want anything else. Maybe she was really hungry? The security guard couldn't help but sigh secretly. He turned back to look at the high-class residential area. The people here were dressed well, but the people outside were not. The world, F***CK the world. Manager, I'm Xiao Jiang who guards the door. Yes. Here's the thing. I have a fellow who just came out from the countryside. Security guard? No, cleaning auntie. Well, the security guard in the pavilion looked at the auntie outside the pavilion. It wasn't easy for them to make a living outside. 3 meals a day, no accommodation. You said you don't want the salary. In addition, we don't sign a contract. If there's any problem, such as you being injured or something, we won't be responsible. Think about it carefully. Okay. The auntie nodded quickly. What was the use of money? Even if she was rich, she could only get 3 meals a day. She knew she didn't have much time. She only wanted to stay far away from him and have a place close to him. It was enough for her to see him secretly every day and know whether he was happy or not. Miss Maid, who was sitting quietly with her hands folded on her legs, suddenly turned her head. A black smoke jumped in from the door, followed by a hoarse voice like that of an old witch. Black soul number 18 greets Miss Yu Yi. Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on Miss Rin? Why did you leave without permission? Miss Maid said unpleasantly. Black soul number 18 hurriedly said, It's like this. Last night, when I was with Miss Ren, Black soul number 18 told her what he heard in the room. That's what happened. Mr. Yi Yen seemed to have a special relationship with the new owner, and Miss Rin and Officer Ma were also worried. I was worried about what might happen later, so I came back to report to you immediately. I see. Yu Yi nodded, looking at Black Soul number 18 expressionlessly. You go back first. I'll deal with it myself. Black Soul number 18 didn't dare to stay any longer, turning into a black smoke and leaving the club. Yu Yi looked at the big, stupid clock on the wall, standing up. Chapter 165. Genius remembers love in 1 second, divided by small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After another busy day, Ms. Zhang, who was too tired to move, simply asked for a single room in the hotel, intending to have a rest. The invitations for the banquet guests had been sent out, and the layout of the venue was almost complete. The various performers invited to liven things up were basically ready. However, she still hadn't figured out what to give her as a gift to celebrate her grandmother's birthday. I can't shop online, right? But Zhang Qingrui was really browsing online. Of course, she didn't really want to shop online. She just wanted to find some inspiration. Suddenly, her mailbox showed that she had a new email. Zhang Qingrui had several mailboxes, and they were all classified according to who sent them to whom. The email she received was one that she rarely used. It was basically the email she used to contact her good friends. The sender's name was Zhang Qingrui. Ms. Zhang couldn't help being stunned. Although there were some people who knew her mailbox, she couldn't figure out which old friend would do such a boring thing. She opened the email. The first line was a date. This isn't the time when I was in Ulaanbaatar. Zhang Qingrui frowned, reading the rest of the email with confusion. You are Zhang Qingrui. You have 4 bank cards. The passwords are... Your first menstrual period was in March when you were 13 years old. You put away the blood-stained clothes as a souvenir, and now you hide them on the ceiling of your bedroom. When you were in the 5th grade, you put a note of your dream in the time capsule of your class. You wrote that your dream was to be an adventurer. Zhang Qingrui felt cold in her hands and feet, and her heart beat faster after reading only 2 or 3 lines. That was horrible. Anyone who saw such an email would find that the contents of the email actually listed their own secrets, as if they were family treasures, from when they were young to when they grew up. Zhang Qingrui felt like someone had seen through her every move, and even her psychological activities since she was a child, which made her hair stand on end. She didn't even have the courage to continue reading, but she had to continue reading. After saying so many secrets, I think you must be scared now. But please don't be afraid. I didn't say so much to scare you. I just wanted you to know that I am you. Yesterday's you. I want to tell you some things that you might have forgotten. I will tell you the truth about what happened in the underground palace of Ulaanbaatar. Zhang Qingrui took a deep breath and flipped to the next page of the email with trembling fingers. Mausoleum. Professor. White wolf. Extraterrestrial divine stone. Zhang Jiao Luoqiu. You, Yi. Under my request, I may be able to retain a part of my memory regarding this matter. I don't know how much I can keep in Luoqiu's hands. Maybe I was too greedy. I quietly wrote this on my way back and set the time to send it to the day I received the mail, because I didn't know whether I would reveal any flaws and let Luoqiu discover them and take back my precious memories if I knew the truth too early. I don't know if you, who read this email, will be able to remember everything clearly in the future, but I hope that this memory, which is the most precious experience for me and for you now, can be kept forever. Zhang Qingrui read the email over and over again. After reading it for the 3rd time, she still couldn't calm down. She didn't have any impression of the content of the email, but compared to what she clearly remembered now, it seemed to be able to explain everything she experienced in the underground palace. She subconsciously recalled the strange scene that happened at school not long ago, the scene that she thought was a nightmare. Afterward, there was a rumor that a skeleton was found under an old tree. If this is true, then I have an amazing classmate series. Zhang Qingrui couldn't help but laugh at herself. She even subconsciously believed that this email was indeed something she wrote to herself. But if this is true, even after a while, I'm afraid I still can't pretend that I don't know about it naturally and not be discovered by this amazing classmate when we meet, right? Zhang Qingrui couldn't help but smile bitterly. She looked out of the window and put her legs together on the couch, lying on her knees. It was sunny outside, but she was thinking about the real story in the email. It seemed to be more memorable than the content of the story she remembered. The dream is to be an adventurer. This was probably the feeling of being punched to the flesh. It felt like all the internal organs in his body were stirred together. Yi Yan began to think of something to relieve the pain on his body. Of course, in this situation, the easiest thing for him to think of was the situation of those who were caught by him after being beaten, which was probably his current situation. He fiercely clenched his teeth. Every time his abdomen was hit, he would fiercely clench his teeth. He was careless, although he had been on guard all the time and knew that this guy was a fierce man who had experienced the flames of war and had tried his best in a real fight. He still couldn't resist his terrifying fighting ability, worthy of being an elite of lion. Few people can survive my punches. King Kong. Yi Yan raised his head, looking at this guy whose muscles were not as bulging as those of wrestlers. He had underestimated the strength of this guy from the beginning. Yi Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His sweat-soaked hair covered his eyes. You're not bad. Worthy of being an active person in the Middle East. King Kong sneered, suddenly reaching out to grab Yi Yan's hair, getting close to him. You know what? I've only used 30% of my strength. Really? No wonder I have a feeling when I look at you. Yi Yan suddenly smiled. Do you know what that feeling is? What feeling? The feeling of a wildcat. Yi Yan laughed. So you didn't use your full strength, making me think that's all you've got. King Kong suddenly stopped talking, with a strange smile on his face, suddenly punching. His fist didn't hit Yi Yan directly, but brushed past his cheek and finally hit the wall behind him. Some of the broken stones sputtered from the wall and hit the back of Yi Yan's head and neck, causing a slight sting. Although he couldn't see, he could imagine how much damage this guy's fist had caused to the wall. How did this guy practice? How could he break the wall with one punch? At this time, King Kong sneered, still saying nothing. He just stepped back 2 steps, crossing his arms in front of his chest, looking at Yi Yan's expression, expressionlessly, as if he was admiring it. After a while, King Kong slowly said, I've used up my patience. If you still don't want to tell me who helped you escape from the chase and successfully return to China, next time I won't be so polite. This was probably what Yi Yan wanted to hear the most. He said slowly and with difficulty, You really have spies on our side. So what if you know? King Kong said indifferently, Anyway, you can't get out of here. Yi Yan couldn't help but agree with him. His hands were locked by special handcuffs and nailed to the wall separately. His ankles were also shackled. It was very quiet here, and he didn't hear any sound during these days of being trapped. But at night he could hear the sound of animals, so he was afraid that he was in the mountains nearby. It wouldn't be easy to be discovered. Therefore, if there was no accident, he would probably die here. Thanks. His fingers moved slightly, and a sparrow resting on his finger flapped its wings and flew away. The servant girl from the club watched the sparrow fly away. Then she turned around. There was a mountain nearby, and in front of him was a simple cement room. It was probably a resting place for the workers of the Forestry Bureau. No one should have been here for a long time. Chapter 166. Genius 1, Second Remember Love /Go /Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After putting the chain on the iron door of the cement room, King Kong circled the room twice before leaving. This place was on the top of the mountain with no water or electricity. He could resist not washing himself, but he couldn't resist not eating. All the communication devices on Yi Yan's body had been destroyed by him. The 4 specially made shackles, the torture he endured these days, and the remaining strength he had left from drinking water. He couldn't get away. Of course, if possible, King Kong wouldn't let Yi Yan out of his sight. But after Lin Gang inexplicably turned into a vegetable, he suddenly had a hard time dealing with things here. The order from the inside of the organization was to stop all the activities here temporarily. King Kong left quickly after making sure everything was done outside the cement room. He wouldn't leave for too long. There were houses at the foot of the mountain. He just needed to buy some food and would be back soon. But he didn't know that all his actions were under the watch of a pair of royal blue eyes. Yi didn't walk to the front of the cement room until King Kong was far away. Almost all the windows here were closed, but they couldn't block the servant girl's sight. In the room, Yi Yan was closing his eyes, lowering his head and leaning against the wall as much as possible to reduce the weight on his legs. He was probably taking advantage of the time when King Kong was away so that he could get more rest. Yi went around to the wall where Yi Yan was chained. She put her palm on the wall. Crack! Suddenly there was a soft sound. Yi Yan opened his eyes at once, looking at his left wrist subconsciously. The handcuff was released at this moment. Crack, crack, crack. Following that, 3 consecutive sounds rang out. The remaining handcuff and 2 leg shackles were also released strangely at this moment. Suddenly, Yi Yan regained his freedom from being trapped. He opened his mouth slightly. It would be weird if this thing could release itself. He had to think carefully about who saved him, but he wasn't sure. Maybe King Kong let him go on purpose so that he could contact the contact after he escaped and expose the contact's identity? Did someone save him? Or was this a trick? Yi Yan frowned and put his ear to the wall, listening attentively to the movement outside the house. However, to his disappointment, he could not hear anything other than the sound of cicadas. Suddenly, the sound of a chain falling to the ground came from the iron door of the cement building. Yi Yan was stunned for a moment. He quickly walked up and pushed open the iron door without using any strength. On the ground were thick chains that were once used to lock the iron door. Yi Yan also quickly circled around the cement building, but still found nothing. If they let me go on purpose, this method is too childish. But who would come to save me? Yi Yan frowned. Or maybe he really let me go on purpose, but disguised it as a means to make it seem like he let me go on purpose, leading me to not consider that he let me go on purpose. Anyway, he had to leave this place first. He had been tortured severely these days and was covered with cuts and bruises. Even if he waited for King Kong to come back, he didn't think that he could beat this guy who had a monstrous fist strength. Love, go, shao, say, w. Chew after waiting for Yi Yan to find another way to leave. Yi picked up her shoes and walked out casually. She walked into the cement building and looked at the fist mark on the wall that was punched by King Kong. She didn't care about it at all. Miss Maid, who always had a habit of cleaning, now happily restored the handcuffs and shackles to their original appearance. Then she walked out of the door, closed the iron door, and locked the chain again. Then she left while humming a nameless tune. Oh, Bracken. Miss Maid's mood suddenly became better when she saw the wild vegetables growing on the path. It seemed that she didn't need to buy today's vegetables. Yes, Mr. Sun, I'll take care of it. Yes, Lin Gung's company has been bought. Yes, it's the Zhong family in the capital. It's really troublesome, but they don't know about that batch of goods. Maybe they just want this company. Because Lin Gung had contacted the Zhong family before the accident, intending to seek more cooperation. Well, except for me, no one knows about Heaven's Shadow Entertainment. King Kong was walking back to the cement building. He saw the chain was still hanging from a distance, but he didn't rush in. I'm still investigating about Lin Gung and Miss Xu. Yes, Tu Jia and her sister are indeed missing. But don't worry, Tu Jia is just a tool used by Lin Gung to amass wealth. Lin Gung himself doesn't know much, let alone this woman. She has been controlled by Lin Gung's defective product for a long time, so her body can't be separated from the efficacy of the defective product. Now that she's missing, I suspect that she may have been poisoned to death. But I don't know where she fell. Her body hasn't been found yet. I see, I'll keep an eye on Yi Yan. Hanging up the phone, King Kong unlocked the chain expressionlessly and pushed open the iron door. This place was so poor that only a human sandbag could kill some of the boredom. A sneer appeared on King Kong's face, wondering how long this criminal policeman could keep his mouth shut. But the next moment, King Kong's sneer froze. She was missing. The tools used for imprisonment on the wall were intact, so were the chains and locks outside the door. The only window was undamaged, but the person was really missing. King Kong dropped the bag of food he was carrying. He couldn't understand how a person could vanish into thin air under such circumstances. Bang! Mr. King Kong punched the iron door furiously, leaving a huge dent on the iron door with his powerful fist. He felt as if he had been ruthlessly toyed with. Yan Ping's figure could be seen from outside the window. The ant looked cleaner in the district's janitor uniform. Although her movements were slow, it could be seen that she was quite serious. The big bamboo basket was full of fallen leaves. It was just a little more than an hour's work. Inside the room, Luocio drew the curtains. He knew that the ant would look at him from time to time. Of course, considering the ant's poor eyesight, she shouldn't be able to see him. But Luocio felt that even if there was only a slight possibility, it wouldn't be good if the shadow in her blurred vision wasn't the one she expected. It was Fong Jipping's room. There was no one in the room except the nurse. Actually, the nurse was taking a nap. As to why Luocio was here now, of course it was because he sneaked in illegally. Theoretically, there was no place that Boss Luo couldn't go in this city, even the vault of the bank. Luocio looked around Fong Jipping's room, finding a box in the wardrobe. There was an old rattle drum in the box. Luocio picked it up, turning it in his hand. Dong 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 dong. He remembered that the ant also had a similar rattle drum in her hand, which made the same sound when it was shaken. But no matter how similar the two drums sounded, they couldn't be the same. There was no mistress in this room. The marriage status above the household register showed that he was widowed. After visiting Fong Jipping's room, Luocio casually strolled around Fong Ruchang's room, but found something interesting in a small safe on the bedside table. Chapter 167. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Elgar, Tribute to Love. The gentle and moving sound of the violin sounded. It was Fong Jipping's solo part. This was the last day of practice, followed by the formal performance at the banquet. Fong Ruchang listened to Fong Jipping's performance with satisfaction. He knew better than anyone else how hard his son worked on the violin these years. After the end of the song, a soft clap sounded suddenly. Fong Ruchang looked towards the source of the sound and saw a man who was about the same age as him coming towards him with a smile. At this moment, Fong Jipping put down his musical instrument and walked to the two of them. He nodded to Fong Ruchang, looking at the other man, saying in a slightly restrained manner, "Uncle, you're here too. Relax." The man smiled. "Grandma Zhang also invited your grandfather to her birthday banquet. But he's still abroad and can't come back, so I'll attend on his behalf. I've seen the program list of the banquet and know you'll be there, so I come to watch your rehearsal." Fong Ruchang suddenly asked, "Is Dad still abroad? How's his health recently?" The man's surname was Wu. His name was Wu Qiubin. His family was in the shipping business. Hearing Fong Ruchang's question, he said coldly, "He's fine recently, just a little problem. Pay more attention to rest." Fong Ruchang said with a smile, "Oh, I met an old Chinese medicine doctor some time ago. I want to introduce him to Dad. Let's talk about it later." Wu Qiubin answered casually, grabbing Fong Jipping's hand, smiling, "Come on, let's have a chat. I haven't seen you for almost a year. How are you?" There were not only Fong Jipping and Fong Ruchang in the orchestra, but seeing such a scene, the other members didn't say much, even pretending they didn't see it. Conductor Fong was born in a poor family. He seemed to fall in love with the daughter of the Wu family when he was young, so the Wu family didn't allow it. Thus, the young conductor eloped with the young lady. It was said that after a few years, the daughter of the Wu family passed away due to illness, leaving Fong Ruchang and Fong Jipping. Perhaps because of guilt, the Wu family accepted Fong Ruchang again. Of course, people with discerning eyes could see that they only accepted the posthumous child of Miss Wu. Later, with the secret support of the Wu family, Fong Ruchang got many opportunities and was now a well-known conductor. It should be said that it was an example of a father relying on his son's status. Beside him, Wu Qiubin patted Fong Jipping's hand and said softly, "How have you been recently?" Fong Jipping glanced at Fong Ruchang and then looked at Wu Qiubin, saying cautiously, "Everything is fine." Wu Qiubin suddenly said, "Don't mind your father. You are our Wu family's child. I heard that you're going to participate in a competition overseas, right?" "Yes, we are preparing for it now." Fong Jipping said softly, "Your grandfather's mouth is hard, but his heart is soft." Wu Qiubin said amiably, "Work hard in this competition and get a good ranking. That way, you can shut some people's mouths. Don't worry, you are my sister's only son. I won't let you suffer." Fong Jipping suddenly didn't dare to look into Wu Qiubin's eyes, so he pretended to nod. "I know." Wu Qiubin smiled and looked at Fong Jipping's eyes, saying kindly, "Your eyes are so similar to your mother's." Fong Jipping couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking inwardly, "This is probably the reason why his father Fong Ruchang is willing to buy me back." When they went home in the evening, Fong Ruchang, who sat on the co-pilot seat, suddenly asked, "Today, what did your uncle say to you?" Fong Jipping didn't look at Fong Ruchang, holding the steering wheel carefully, just like how he held his life carefully. He said softly, "Nothing. He just chatted with me about daily life." "Didn't he mention me?" Fong Ruchang also looked out of the window at this moment, but asked closely. "No." Fong Jipping shook his head. The two kept silent for a long time. When they were about to return to the high-end community, Fong Ruchang looked at the community lights in front of the windshield, saying indifferently, "Look at this place. These are what a successful person should have." He looked at Fong Jipping. "These things are hard to come by. You should cherish them." Fong Jipping nodded and didn't continue. The lights in the community ahead were far less gorgeous than those in the city, but they were what many people desired. When they were about to return to the duplex villa, the slowly moving car suddenly stopped. Fong Ruchang gave a start. "What's wrong?" Fong Jipping was also confused. "I don't know, the engine suddenly stopped. I'll get off the car to check." Fong Jipping hurriedly got off the car, opening the hood of the car. Suddenly a burst of thick smoke came out. Fong Jipping, who was choked by the smoke, coughed twice, uncomfortably. He brushed the smoke in front of him, turning his head to breathe in the fresh air. But at this moment he saw a figure not far away. Fong Jipping gave a start, staring at the figure, who left hurriedly. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. Fong Ruchang stuck his head out of the window, looking at Fong Jipping. "What did you see?" "No, nothing. It should be a worker in the community." Fong Jipping mumbled, saying hurriedly, "It's strange, this car was just bought last month, but it broke down so quickly. The quality of things nowadays is really problematic." "Really?" Fong Ruchang opened the door and walked out. "It's just a few steps away. Leave the car here, call the property management, and let them deal with it." Before the security guard arrived, a person came to the broken-down car. Luochio reached out and patted on the headlight of this car, murmuring, "I'm sorry I made you take the blame of poor quality." But it was a Japanese car. He could take the blame no matter how many times. Luochio glanced at the house not far away that had been lit up, and the figure gazing silently under the shadow of the tree outside the house, muttering to himself, "Let's call it a day." He stepped back slowly, his figure gradually disappearing in the shadow. When Luochio returned to the club, looking at the time, it was already past dinner time. Miss Servant Girl, whose eyes were as quiet as a statue, suddenly stood up spiritually. "Master, do you want to eat?" Luochio asked, "Is dinner ready?" "It just needs to be warmed up." Miss Servant Girl said with pity, "I picked some wild fern outside today, but it's probably not edible now." It was a lie to say that it was not edible, but Yu Yi had a very high requirement for the food she prepared for her master. Even a little bit of stale food would be disliked. Luochio looked at the time, smiling. "It's okay, you can pack it up, I'll heat it up and eat it at home. Since I picked it up outside, it's a waste to throw it away." "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I'm starving. I'm planning to buy something outside." Downstairs, Luochio called Ren Xiling because he didn't see the lights in his home downstairs. "No need. I've got something to eat. You can come back. I love you so much. Baby." Subeditor Ren's roaring voice came. Now. Rin Xiling is sprinting towards her warm home at a speed of 130 kilometers per hour. Hello. Don't hang up. F***CK. Boss Luo silently felt pity for Uncle Ma, who had to deal with many speeding tickets for this woman this month. He smiled casually and put away the phone. At this time, he suddenly saw a woman sitting on a travel suitcase on the roadside downstairs. A foreign woman, probably in her early 30s. Luocho couldn't see her appearance clearly, but this foreign woman had taken off her shoes and was rubbing her heels. The foreign woman suddenly raised her head, seemingly because she saw someone passing by. She said in not very fluent Mandarin, "Sir, I just moved here today and accidentally sprained my ankle. Can you help me up?" Luocho looked at the building the foreign woman pointed at. Well, it was actually the same building. Which floor? The 12th floor. Chapter 168. Genius remembers. Love in 1 second divided by small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Thank you so much, Luo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to come up. Out of his instinctive curiosity, Luocho glanced at the living room of the 12th floor. Then he looked at the woman from the United States who called herself Jessica and said, "Don't mention it." Foreigners were not rare. While helping Jessica upstairs, this talkative American woman had already told him about her situation. As a photographer, she planned to come to the city to shoot a set of works with Chinese themes. Many units in the building where Luocho lived were rented. Even the unit where he and Rin Xiling lived was rented. He was curious about the environment of Jessica's rented apartment, but he wasn't curious about Jessica's foreign friend. Therefore, after sending her in, Luocho pressed the elevator button and went downstairs. After entering the house, he turned on the light, changed his shoes, and walked into the kitchen with the packed ingredients from the club. Luocho rolled up his sleeves and started to cook the dishes that Yu Yi had already prepared. Soon after, he heard the sound of the door opening. Hearing the sound from the kitchen, Subeditor Rin trotted in wearing slippers. "Boss! All the green lights are green. King came back safely today." Luocho glanced at Ren Xiling, who raised her hand to salute him, then continued to stir-fry the things on the pan attentively. Then he said lightly, "Idiot." Ren Xiling made a fierce expression, then took a deep breath. "It smells so good, Bracken." "Oh yes, put some sesame oil." "This is a midnight snack, not a dinner." "Why eat greasy food?" Luocho said indifferently, "I don't want to hear you complain about your weight." "Tut." Ren Xiling patted Luocho's forehead. Then she rolled her eyes and reached for a plate of fried clams. Slap. Unexpectedly, before he could pick up a clam, Luocho hit him hard with the wooden spoon in his hand. Without turning his head, Boss Luo sprinkled a small amount of salt into the pan and said indifferently, "Wash your hands." Rin Xiling pathetically broke through the obstacles and once again took out a piece of scallion from the plate and quickly put it into her mouth. Why do I have a feeling of wanting to beat this woman up? Luocho sighed slightly. Subeditor Rin was like a victorious general, licking the sauce on her fingers with relish. Ding dang! Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "I'll go open the door." Ren Xiling, who had won the battle, knew the character of this treasure all too well. She knew when to stop, so she quickly ran out of the kitchen obediently. As soon as she opened the door, Ren Xiling saw a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked like a star walking out of a movie. She couldn't help being stunned. Ren Xiling glanced at the foreign woman's surging breasts, which were about to burst out of her clothes. She instinctively straightened her back. "I can't be belittled, okay? Who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm Jessica. Excuse me, is this Luocho's home?" Although this woman's accent wasn't standard, Ren Xiling felt that she didn't mishear. Suddenly, time seemed to have stopped, and an extremely shocking scene began to play in her mind. Phut! 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 What's going on? It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and a woman actually came to find her wooden treasure. And it's a foreign woman? Wait a minute. Could this be little Luo Chio's girlfriend? Wait, even if she's his girlfriend, why did she come here at this time? She knew Luo Chio quite well. If he planned to bring her back, he would at least inform her. Is it possible that they had a quarrel? But, although this foreign woman has a good figure, I have a good figure too. Well, although she has a good figure, isn't she a bit old? Sure enough, Luo Chio likes mature women after all. No wonder he didn't like those girls I introduced to him before. Is it because they are too tender? Wait, it's not the time to think about these trivial things. The most important thing is, how should I face this woman? What's her name? Jessica. Yes, Jessica. Fuck, I'm not afraid of anything. I don't care which country she's from. If she can enter this door, I'll be an elder. Even if she's an imported girlfriend, she has to be restrained. Well, be serious. No, if I'm too serious, will it affect the relationship between mother and daughter-in-law? So be casual? Foreign girls should be more casual. But what if she thinks I'm too casual? Do I still need my mother-in-law's dignity? Excuse me, does Luo Chio live here? Ahem. Yes, he's here. Ren Xiling said indifferently, come in. Luo Chio, someone's looking for you. Boss Luo, who was wearing an apron, stuck his head out to take a look. He asked someone to wait for a while before he went back to the kitchen and turned off the fire. After that, he took off the apron and walked out with a frown. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Ren Xiling stepped on his foot. Luo Chio didn't understand why this woman stepped on him. Ren Xiling was furious. You brat, your girlfriend came to find you in the middle of the night. Why don't you give me a F***king smile? You're looking for me? Luo Chio looked at Jessica and asked. Jessica said, I'm going to boil some water when I get home. I heard that you can't drink the tap water directly in China, but the kettle at home is broken. Can you give me some water? Since it had come to this point, there was no reason to refuse, right? Come in, I'll pour some for you. Thank you. Seeing that Luo Chio took an empty mineral water bottle from Jessica's hand and went into the kitchen, Sub-Editor Rin felt very confused. She looked at Jessica and smiled awkwardly. Then she hurriedly followed him into the kitchen. Ren Xiling put her arm around Luo Chio's shoulder with a voice that could give people goosebumps. Who's this woman? A new resident on the 12th floor. Luo Chio waved his hand and patted Ren Xiling's hand away. I met her downstairs when I came back. She sprained her ankle, so I helped her. She's a short-term tenant. What? She's a new resident here. Ren Xiling looked disappointed. Luo Chio sneered disdainfully. What's the drama in your head? Harley? No. How come? Ren Xiling smiled embarrassedly. I'm going to greet her. It's not good to keep her waiting. Ah. It didn't take long to pour the water, and it wasn't enough time for Ren Xiling and Jessica to say anything. In fact, Sub-Editor Rin couldn't say anything. Anyway, she wasn't his girlfriend. Ren Xiling lost her interest in dreaming about her future mother-in-law. After a while, Luo Chio walked out. There's more than one bottle in the fridge. You can take it. Jessica looked at Luo Chio gratefully. Thank you so much. I won't disturb you. Watching Jessica walk into the elevator with her hands on the wall, Ren Xiling said abruptly, Well, I prefer Oriental women. Let me tell you, this kind of foreign girl looks good in her 30s, but she'll age quickly after 10 years like an old woman. Why are you looking at me? I'm telling the truth. Time to eat. Luo Chio said indifferently, Go wash your hands. Got it, boss. Seeing Ren Xiling walking to the kitchen to take the plates, Luo Chio smiled subconsciously, but reached out his hand to the shoe cabinet at the entrance, touching the top floor. He found a thin box about 2 fingernails wide. There was a slightly shining green light on the box. It looked like a device for eavesdropping. It should be what Jessica put here, secretly. Luo Chio frowned, putting it back to its original place. He walked into the living room and saw Ren Xiling eating, so he said suddenly, I'll take a shower first. You eat first. Before Rin Xiling responded, he had walked into the bathroom and turned on the hot water. The sound of water splashing was heard. Luocio had disappeared from the bathroom. The next moment, he appeared in a unit room on the 12th floor. Chapter 169. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Jessica sat by the window of the living room, opening the curtains a little and observing the outside through the gap. She stayed still for nearly 3 minutes. After that, she sat down and opened her suitcase. There was a laptop and a small briefcase. When the briefcase was opened, it was a device with a screen. Jessica took out a pair of earphones and plugged them into the briefcase. She grabbed the earphones and put them on her ear, turning some knobs in the briefcase. Not long after, Jessica leaned on the sofa and closed her eyes. She took out a recording pen from her suitcase and put it in her mouth. Of course, she didn't speak Mandarin with a weird accent, but fluent British English. Luocio walked around the room and scrupulously, listening to Jessica's British accent, he guessed that the so-called American was just a lie. It's the 26th day since Yi Yan disappeared. I came to China, his hometown. Speaking of this, Jessica suddenly erased this paragraph and rewrote it. It's the 26th day since Yi Yan went missing. I don't have any clue, but I've gotten close to the person who might be a clue. I've successfully planted a bug on him. Jessica turned off the recording pen and put on her earphones. She put her hands on her abdomen, listening and resting at the same time. She didn't know that everything she did, including the 2 sentences she said just now, had been clearly perceived by someone. Luocio frowned. He snapped his fingers lightly and Jessica's breathing began to slow down. Luocio opened Jessica's travel suitcase and took Jessica's mobile phone in his hand. He began to check these things carefully. He found a document bag in the suitcase. The thick and heavy document bag poured out a lot of miscellaneous things. Then there was a folder. Secret communication with an international criminal organization. Betraying the secrets of the Interpol, fired. Absconding. Wanted list. Looking through the pages, Luocio's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He even found Jessica's identification card and a pistol in her suitcase. It seemed that Jessica was here with a mission. As for the reason why she came to this building to become a tenant, it seemed to be found in a photo in the folder. It was a photo she had taken with Yi Yan at the airport a few years ago when he left. After Yi Yan went missing in Lyon, they started to track him down. Jessica came here this time because she felt that Yi Yan might contact her. She planned to wait for him to expose himself. After silently sitting on the sofa for a while, Luocio finally opened the pendant on a necklace that he took out from the briefcase. There was also a picture on the small pendant. It was taken from the side. It was probably taken secretly. The person in the photo was Luocio's Uncle Yi Yan. In the photo, Yi Yan was drinking from a can of coffee as he gazed into the distance. He came to his hometown. Luocio suddenly thought of the sentence that Jessica had deleted. He walked out of the bathroom as usual. While wiping his wet hair, he saw that Rin Xiling had already fallen asleep with her bare feet on the coffee table. He glanced at the dishes on the table again. The dishes on the plates were neatly pushed to the side. She said that she was hungry, but kept the extra portion in the end. Luocio turned off the TV and increased the air conditioner in the living room. Then he took a thin blanket to cover Rin Xiling before going back to his room. Deducting 1 day of life, target location locked, while feeling the feedback from the altar, Luocio was about 30 kilometers away from his home. There were several different old districts in this city. Luocio was born in one of them, and now he was in another one, Xiaochun Martial Arts Club. Looking up at the plaque above, Luocio was silent for a while. Yi Yan was in this martial arts club that had been closed for a long time. This martial arts club was actually owned by Yi Yan's girlfriend. Luocio knew that the policewoman who died in the accident was a descendant of a fist skill. But after inheriting the martial arts club, she became a policewoman who was in charge of eliminating crimes. The martial arts club actually became a place where she lived. But since a few years ago this place had been empty, Luocio remembered that he had come here several times when he was very young. When Luocio was about to enter, he suddenly stopped and moved his sight. At night, under the old banyan tree in front of the martial arts club, a figure came out from behind the trunk and walked quickly to Luocio. It was Yu. Luocio didn't expect to meet Miss Servant Girl here, although Yu had the ability to come to his side at any time. But under normal circumstances, Yu wouldn't take the initiative to disturb him if he didn't call her. "Are you following Uncle Yi?" Luocio frowned. You probably didn't expect to meet her master here, but if she left before her master, it would be against the principle of loyalty. So she had to meet him. Yi said softly. Yi is protecting him. What happened? Yi said calmly, "Master, do you remember Lingun has a man called King Kong? He should be a member of the criminal organization that controlled Jiangchu. As for Heaven's Shadow Entertainment, it seems to have some secret dealings with this organization. Master, your Uncle Yi Yan's appearance, this time, seems to be in pursuit of this clue. He was caught in the process of following King Kong. This morning, I released Yi Yan from the place where he was trapped. Of course, he doesn't know." Luocio kept silent for a while, saying suddenly, "Today, a foreign policewoman came to my place. She even installed a listening device in my house." He told them what he had discovered. Miss Servant Girl thought for a while. "Well, it seems that your Uncle Yi was framed. I'm afraid that there are members of this criminal organization or colluding officials in the Interpol. Mr. Yi Yan might have gotten some clues, which led to the current situation. He came back to China this time, on one hand, to escape from the pursuit, on the other hand, to find the real criminal and prove his innocence. It's just that we don't know for the time being which side the young lady near the master belongs to." Luocio suddenly thought of the necklace hidden by Jessica. However, there was no way to determine which side Jessica belonged to based on this necklace. Luocio pondered for a while. "Is Uncle Yi seriously injured?" Yi said softly. "He should have been tortured for a few days, but he still has the ability to escape here. At least his life is not in danger. He just needs to recuperate for a while." Luocio nodded, suddenly asking, "I found out about Uncle Yi because of Jessica. How did you know?" Miss Servant Girl said indifferently, "Master is the master. If Master is troubled, then Yi is not responsible." Luocio heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly thought of something interesting. If Jessica didn't come to his side, if he didn't find out about Yi Yan's matter because of Jessica, would things be settled quietly in a few days? And by then, Yi Yan would be cleared of his suspicion and appear in front of him with a smile. Then he would invite Ren Xiling, Uncle Ma, and others to have a home-cooked meal together. Yi said softly, "Master doesn't like Ye's private actions. Indeed, Yi should report to Master first." Luocio shook his head. Luocio directly felt his heart at this time. Although Yi was just a puppet, he already felt that the soul inside was worthy of his love. He walked behind Miss Servant Girl, holding Ye's hand, smiling. "There are some memories of my childhood here. Come on, I'll take you in." In the high-class residential area, Fong Jipping looked at Fong Ruchong. "Dad, the property manager called the tow truck driver. I'll go out to deal with it." Fong Ruchong nodded, watching Fong Jipping go out. He frowned. Although this son was bought by him, he didn't feel the so-called blood relation at all. But he dared to say that he knew Fong Jipping better than ordinary father and son. He had to do this, because if Fong Jipping was not completely under his control, the Wu family would know that Fong Jipping was not Miss Wu's biological son if he revealed even a little bit of evidence. Fong Jipping's every move, every word, and even every expression, whether natural or unnatural, he could tell. Chapter 170. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Although it had been empty for several years, This place had basically maintained the same appearance as before. Apart from the extra dust, there was nothing extra here, but there was nothing missing here. Yi Yan's familiarity with this place was no less than the place where he lived. Therefore, even without turning on the lights, he could skillfully find what he needed in the Shao Chun dojo. The curtains in the room were drawn. Yi Yan lit a candle and began to apply some ointment on his body. Looking at the bruises on Yi Yan's body, Luochio's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't directly appear in front of Yi Yan. First of all, he couldn't explain it. Secondly, he knew Yi Yan's personality. Yi Yan didn't want anyone to see him in such a sorry state. Was it all King Kong's doing? Luochio asked Yu Yi coldly. Yu Yi nodded and talked about the fist print on the wall in the cement room. Ordinary people, even if they have undergone high-intensity training, can't hit with such strength. Luochio frowned. King Kong is not human. Yu Yi shook her head and said, if it's a monster, even if it's the weakest monster, this kind of fist strength is a bit too much. Master, do you remember the new drug you found from Lingang last time? Luochio said, King Kong is a member of this criminal organization. You mean he is also a user of this new drug? Yu Yi nodded. That's possible. They could surpass ordinary people, but they were not as strong as the weakest non-humans. That kind of medicine should be able to do that. Luochio was about to say something, but suddenly turned to look at the living room outside the room. Someone is coming. But the person who came was not someone Luochio needed to guard against or deal with, because the person who came in the dark was Boss Luo's other uncle, Ma Haod, Officer Ma. Yi Yan also heard the movement at this time. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. His whole body tensed up. Love, go, Shao, say, W. Chu He took the nunchaku on the bed. This was one of the weapons in the martial arts club. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Yi Yan estimated the distance of the other party and suddenly jumped out. The nunchaku in his hand even made a piercing sound and fiercely swept towards a person who was approaching in the dark. However, the figure suddenly knelt on the ground and dodged the nunchaku's attack. Old D, it's me. Old Ma? Officer Ma was sweating at this time and said with lingering fear, if I didn't kneel down inexplicably, my head would have been blown up by you. Yi Yan stretched out his hand to pull Officer Ma up and said, I was also thinking that if anyone could find this place, the first one would be you. Officer Ma wiped the cold sweat and said, in addition to me, there are a few former brothers in this city. If you really want to hide, this is the only place. I came here tonight to try my luck. Yi Yan frowned and said, Old Ma, from your tone, you really know. Officer Ma smiled bitterly and said, I received a wanted order from Lion. Who did you offend? Your crime is a bit serious now. Are you injured? Sit down first. By the way, is there anything to eat? Yi Yan sighed. In the last operation, I found some clues about the collusion between our organization and the criminal organization. While chewing the bread bought from the convenience store, Yan recalled, I originally planned to go back to the headquarters to hand in the information, but on the way back I met a few killers. These killers knew my whereabouts, so I suspected that someone in the organization leaked my information. Yi Yan sneered and said, I guessed right. Before I returned to the headquarters, I had been fired. A wanted order was issued, and a group of criminal police secretly wanted to catch me. Officer Ma frowned and said, colluding people in the criminal police organization. Oldie, I'm afraid this guy's position is not low. Yi Yan sighed and said, I still don't know who it is. Then, you came back this time. The target of the last operation was a guy who was responsible for helping this criminal organization to transfer supplies. I found that a batch of very important goods should be hidden here. Yi Yan frowned and said, the evidence I have is not enough to show who the traitor is. If I hand it out casually, it may be regarded as false evidence. You plan to find the goods and force this criminal organization to negotiate with you? Yi Yan sneered and said, I at least want to know who betrayed me behind the scenes. I don't know how many people in the criminal police organization are involved with this criminal organization. I don't trust anyone. I can only do it myself. Do it myself and have enough food and clothing. Officer Ma suddenly smiled. This is Brother Luo's golden sentence. The atmosphere eased a bit. Officer Ma sighed and said, I thought you were outstanding, but I didn't expect the outside world to be more chaotic. What is the origin of this criminal organization? It is so resourceful. Yi Yan said seriously, what I found is just the tip of the iceberg. I only know that the mastermind of this organization is called Mr. Sun, and their name is Michael Clubb. Officer Ma was stunned at this time and said coldly, You really can change your name, an angel who does evil things. But who is this Mr. Sun? I'm afraid it is not the same person. Yi Yan frowned and said, Mr. Sun is just a code name. This so-called mastermind is a collective name of several, or more than a dozen people. Interpol has been secretly investigating Michael Clubb these years. According to some of the information they have, these people are probably important people in all walks of life. Capitalists, senior officials, even big drug lords, warlords, and so on. Yi Yan glanced at Mahoud and said, The doctor who died here last time, he was just the lowest person in this organization. Doctors like him, who take organs for this organization, are probably as many as carps crossing the river. After knowing the seriousness of the matter, Mahoud suddenly became silent. After a long time, Mahoud sighed and said, Old Yi, how can I help you? Yi Yan patted Mahoud's shoulder and said, You will retire in a few years. Don't interfere in this matter. Old Ma, listen to me. I am alone and have nothing to be afraid of, but you have a family, you have a lot of things to worry about. You King think I am a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yan suddenly burst out, one hand pinching the pulse on Officer Ma's wrist, the other hand pressing the aorta on his neck, and pressed Mahoud to the ground. Yan, you. Officer Ma suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't resist for long before he fainted. I lost Xiaochun and Brother Luo. I don't want to lose anyone else. After silently looking at Mahoud for a while, Yan took out Mahoud's wallet and took out all the money inside. He looked at the family photo in Mahoud's wallet and smiled. I am not married yet. This is the red packet money you owe me for these years. Yan quickly put on his clothes and left Xiaochun Martial Arts School. Luoqiu helped Mahoud up from the ground and helped him lie down on the bed in the room. At this time, Yi heard Luoqiu whisper, Uncle Ma has rheumatism these years. If he lies on the ground for a night, it will be difficult for him to walk tomorrow. Luoqiu sat on the bedside, looking at Yi. After Jiangchu's matter, I secretly wanted to buy some information about Mr. Sun from the altar, but I didn't expect the price to be so high. It turns out that it's not a real name, and there is no Mr. Sun but a group of people. Michael's Club, it sounds like they are against us, but it turns out that they are just doing some criminal business. Yi said indifferently, There is a saying in the East it should be clowns. Luoqiu stood up and disappeared. Before disappearing, the servant girl only heard the master's order. Keep an eye on Yi Yan. After Fong Jipping finished the car, he didn't go home immediately but walked around the garden of the community for a while. He suddenly looked at a bulletin board. Come out, don't hide. But no one came out from behind the bulletin board. However, a pair of legs appeared under the bulletin board. Fong Jipping took a deep breath, taking 2 steps forward. After a moment of silence, he said, You can go back. No response. Fong Jipping suddenly got angry. Why do you still appear in front of me? You didn't show up that year, but now you show up. Do you think you can pretend that nothing happened? So sorry. He could only vaguely hear a timid and hoarse voice. Fong Jipping clenched his fists. His heart couldn't calm down. He didn't know what he should say. He could only look at the person behind the bulletin board and leave quickly. Chapter 171. Genius 1, Second, Remember Love, /go, /little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The rehearsal of old Madame Zhang's party was over, but the band had its own business. Fong Jipping got up as usual, seeing Fong Ruchang, who was having breakfast in the living room. Fong Ruchang suddenly said, "I have something to do. I'll go there later." Fong Jipping didn't say anything, sitting down quietly. The two of them finished their breakfast in silence. The housekeeper had been used to the scene where the father and son didn't talk much. Indeed, there were only father and son in a family, so there would be more silence. When Fong Jipping went out, he subconsciously looked around. He didn't see that woman, but somehow he felt that she might be somewhere. Fong Jipping couldn't let himself stay in this place for too long, so he rushed out of the community. He had the urge to not go back to the orchestra. Subconsciously, he went to a place where he could calm down, a famous theater in the city. The restaurant was closed in the morning, but Fong Jipping had performed here many times. The security guard outside the door already knew this young violinist. He smiled and let Fong Jipping in. There weren't many people in the theater, but a girl was decorating the stage. Fong Jipping quietly walked behind the girl, suddenly hugging her waist from behind, holding her in his arms. Being attacked suddenly, the girl didn't panic, smiling on her delicate face, then saying in a low voice, "Oh, where did this pervert come from? I'm going to call the police." The girl's fingers made the shape of a phone, pasting on her face. "Hello, is that you?" Fong Jipping smiled, lowering his head on the girl's shoulder, saying in a low voice, Man, I miss you." Man didn't make a fuss. She grabbed Fong Jipping's hand and quietly let this man hug her on this stage. After a while, Fong Jipping loosened the girl in his arms. Man turned around, pointing at Fong Jipping's nose. "Is this enough? If you're in a bad mood, I can rent out a shoulder." Fong Jipping smiled. The two came to the seats under the stage, sitting down watching the stage. Fong Jipping suddenly grabbed Man's hand. "Are you tired?" "It's okay." Xiao Man patted her shoulder. "But it will be ready this afternoon." Fong Jipping suddenly turned over the chair and came to Man's back. He put his hands on her shoulders and gently rubbed. "Relax." "Love, go, little, say, neta chu," Xiao Man said with a bitter face. "If the manager sees it, will he fire me?" Fong Jipping smiled. "Then I won't play in his theater anymore." Xiao Man quickly turned her head and said, "That won't do. If you don't perform here, where am I going to perform for free? All right, stop talking and take a break. No one will be here." Mandy immediately closed her eyes. After a while, Man took the backpack next to her. She took out a crumpled flyer from her backpack and took out her phone. Fong Jipping glanced at the leaflet and stopped subconsciously, blurting out, What is this?" Man didn't seem to care about it, typing on her phone, a missing persons leaflet. "When I went to work this morning, I saw a student pasting it downstairs. He said he was helping someone, so I asked him for one. Well, I'm going to post it on my WeChat Moments and see if I can help. Missing for 20 years. His parents must have had a hard time." Fong Jipping continued, saying slowly, "But have you ever thought that it might be the parents' fault that led to the child's abduction?" Well, Man blinked. But they have been searching for 20 years. If she didn't sell her child on purpose, she should have been punished for her mistake, right? Besides, if they were heartless, they wouldn't have searched for 20 years, right? Fong Jipping fell into silence. Man looked up at Fong Jipping. Fong Jipping patted Man's shoulder. "I have something to do. Let's have dinner together tonight." Okay. Not long after Fong Jipping went out, Fong Ruchang also went out. The famous conductor was not in a hurry to leave the neighborhood. Instead, he strolled through the forest near his home. His eyes seemed to be searching for something. He was very patient. Not long after, Fong Ruchang stopped. He slightly narrowed his eyes, watching the back of a man who was sitting under a tree and resting. Love go, Xiao, say, ku. In fact, if he hadn't heard a slight cough, Fong Ruchang wouldn't have found someone here. As a conductor, his hearing was more sensitive than ordinary people. Who are you? Suddenly, Yang Ping heard a voice behind her. She was eating breakfast in the community management canteen. Yang Ping hurriedly wiped her face, standing up hurriedly. I'm not slacking off. It's not time to go to work. I don't ask you this, but who are you? Fong Ruchang looked at this cleaner from head to toe. When the car broke down last night, he seemed to see this person when he stuck his head out. Later on, when she followed Fong Jipping, she found that he seemed to be looking for the whole person. His face was weather-beaten, his skin was dark, and his back was slightly hunched. Fong Ruchang recalled Fong Jipping's behavior last night, having some guesses in his mind. I clean like this, sir. Yang Ping lowered her head, not daring to look directly at this man with a dignified voice. I'm Jipping's father, Fong Ruchang said abruptly. Yang Ping raised her head at once, seeming to be excited, but she suppressed it quickly, stammering, Sir, I don't understand what you mean. What's that? Fong Ruchang suddenly pointed at a gray-white cloth bag tied together with a garbage basket. Yang Ping suddenly became flustered. Nothing, just some clothes and sundries. Let me have a look. Fong Ruchang said indifferently, but his action was very fast. Before Yang Ping reacted, he had walked over quickly and opened the cloth bag. Hey, you can't look. But it was too late for the aunt to stop him. Though her vision was blurred, she clearly saw Fong Ruchang turning over her cloth bag. The aunt was so anxious that her eyes were about to burst into tears. You can't look. I'm right. Fong Ruchang sneered, looking at Yang Ping with a leaflet in his hand. You're indeed Jipping's biological mother. I didn't expect that you could find this place with a population of more than 1 billion. Seeing that she had been exposed, Yang Ping had no choice but to say, Mr. Fong, I just want to see my son. I don't intend to do anything. Haven't you seen it? Fong Ruchang said indifferently. Then why are you still here? I just want to see him. Yang Ping lowered her head, saying faintly, See him from afar. I just want to know whether he's happy or not. Fong Ruchang sneered suddenly. Really? Isn't it because you think Jipping has a good life now and your future life is guaranteed, so you don't want to leave? Yang Ping was anxious, gritting her teeth and saying with slight agitation, Mr. Fong, how can you say that? Fong Ruchang snorted. I've asked about Jipping's childhood. I know you're a gambler, and I know why your son was abducted. Yang Ping grasped her clothes tightly. Fong Ruchang in front of her was like a huge mountain, which made her unable to breathe under his pressure. She moved her lips, but didn't know what she could say. Fong Ruchang continued indifferently. Do you know how your son lived after he was abducted? I'm not afraid to tell you that he was forced to beg on the street by human traffickers after that. I don't need to tell you how he begged for money on the street, right? You've been looking for your son for such a long time. Haven't you seen how those children who were forced to beg for money were treated? I don't know. I don't know. Yang Ping's sallow face twitched at once. She sat on the grass powerlessly, lowering her head dejectedly. Big drops of tears came out from her white and turbid eyes. She had cried for countless days and nights, but she had never shed such sorrowful tears as if her heart had been dug out. Her son was abducted that year. She was heartbroken and scolded by her family. She left her hometown, walked out of her home, and traveled across half of China. For the past 20 years, she had never been able to live a day in peace. But now, when she heard of Fong Jipping's experience, the guilt and self-blame buried in her heart for 20 years were like a viper that wanted her life. I'm not a human. I deserve to die. I'm not a human. I deserve to die. I'm not a human. Yang Ping slapped her own face again and again. This pair of old and weak hands was exerting all her strength. I'm not a human. My son. God, I deserve to die. But why do you have to treat my son like this? God, if you want to kill me, I deserve to die. Right at this time, Fong Ruchang grabbed Yang Ping's hands, saying coldly, Stop acting. I've seen too many people like you. You just want money, don't you? He took out a checkbook from his clothes, writing down a series of numbers quickly. He pulled it out and threw it into Yang Ping's arms, saying, Fang Jiping is my son. He has nothing to do with you. Here's 2,000,000 yuan. You leave this place. Don't ever come back. You'd better not think it's too little. Even if your son wasn't abducted and lived in that barren place, he couldn't earn it all his life. It's enough for you to live in your old age. Unexpectedly, Yang Ping quivered, slapping away the check in her arms like a viper. Her lips kept twitching, her shoulders weak. I don't want it. I don't want it. I only want my son. I'm sorry for him. I don't want the money. I deserve it. Fang Ruchang frowned, shouting in a low voice. Fang Jiping is very important to me. I won't let you appear in front of him again. I don't care whether you want it or not. If you don't disappear, don't blame me for being rude to you. But Yang Ping seemed to hear nothing at this time. She suddenly cried and laughed. She suddenly smashed her palms against the tree trunk. Why would I bet money? Why would I bet money? It was you who threw my son away. Why would I want you to do anything? A pair of old hands smashed towards the trunk crazily, but soon her skin and flesh were broken. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, but it couldn't be compared with the pain in her heart at this time. Yang Ping only leaned against the tree trunk when she was tired of smashing. Her hair hung down messily. Her hands kept shaking. She suddenly acted like she didn't see Fang Ruchang. Hua, where are you? Mom is coming for you. Hua, Hua, Hua. Fang Ruchang stared at the woman without blinking. Step by step, she left like a walking corpse. He felt that the woman had gone mad. Hua, where are you? Hua, Mom bought you a popsicle. One for you, one for me. Hua, Hua.